I call this meeting of the Castleberry Independent School District Board of Education to order. Let the record show that that a quorum of board members is present, that this meeting has been duly called, and that notice of the meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code Chapter 551. Just a reminder, we are here for what is best to promote and encourage achievement for every student in our district. And at this time, we will have Ms. Katika with the invocation.
Lord, as we come to the close of another school year, we pause to give thanks for this school year. We are grateful for the students, for the teachers, and the staff. Thank you for the guidance you have given us as board members. Help us reflect on the decisions we make. Give us wisdom and knowledge to do what is best for every child. As we step into this summer, may you give everyone this rest they need and peace and preparation for the new year to come. Protect our students and staff, keep them safe, and bring them back refreshed and ready for the next chapter. In your name we pray, amen.
Item number 3, we appreciate you being here this evening, and we always welcome communication from citizens of our district. Individuals who wish to participate during the portion of the meeting designated for public comment shall sign up with the presiding officer or designee no later than 1 p.m. the day of the board meeting, and shall indicate the agenda item or topic on which they wish to address the board. Ms. Branch, do we have anyone who wishes to speak to the board tonight?
No, we do not.
Thank you, ma'am. Now we move on to item number 4. Ms. Smith-Faulkner, were there any questions called in regarding the consent agenda?
No, Mr. Board President.
Thank you, ma'am. Item 5A, 2025-2026 compensation plan.
Yes, Mr. Board President, at this time, Dr. Myrna Blanchard, Director of Talent Acquisition and Policy, will present the 25-26 compensation plan. In addition, do know we're presenting it tonight, but the approval will be at the June 16th budget special board meeting.
Okay, perfect. So this compensation plan, the changes that you'll see are in red for you. And in the meantime, what I'm going to do is Mrs. Branch is going to help me just highlight a few key changes for your review. On page 18, she's going to get to it, we have the teacher incentive allotment on that page. Now, that's not a new section, but we are going to be paying our first cohort in August, which is super exciting. So we've got 31 Castleberry ISD designated teachers that are going to get their compensation in August. And then on page 19, we have employee benefits listed. And there, I just wanted to draw your attention to where it talks about medical insurance. Right there. And it shows you that we contribute $293 per month towards employee medical insurance. I provided you with the list at your tables, or at your spot right there. And it has the UEA kind of canvassing of 50 area districts. And out of that list, just wanted to highlight for you, we are number 37 out of 50. So that's definitely with the 10% increase that TRS is saying we're going to be charged. We are definitely looking at that as a possibility of somewhere we could give more as a district for our employee benefits. Okay, and then the last thing I wanted to point out to you is the teacher, librarian, and nurse salary schedule. We added 3 things. The first 2 are teacher resident and teacher intern. Now, Mrs. Walker is going to be canvassing different districts here in the area of what they are paying their teacher residents and teacher interns. And if you remember from last month, but if it's okay if you don't, but teacher residents are the ones that are in our GCU talent pipeline program, for example. They're not yet certified or haven't finished their student teaching, but they'll complete a year-long residency with us and be paid more than an instructional aide, for example. And then the intern that we're looking at is somebody who has their bachelor's degree, does not yet have certification or has not started their certification program. And those are the pays that we're looking at in a draft form right now. We also, at the bottom, you'll see that we capped our retiree teachers at 20 years, starting with those that we're hiring now. The reason for that is we pay, as a district, I don't know if you know this, a 16.5% surcharge for retirees of their base salary. So you can imagine if we put them at the higher levels, say they have 30 years, it really costs us a whole lot of money. And those retirees are drawing their retirement, their teacher salary, plus we pay the teacher the retiree surcharge. So we're trying to balance the budget. That's the reason for that. All right, that's all I have. Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Item 5B, budget workshop, budget preparation preliminary.
Yes, Mr. Board President, at this time, Mr. William Wooten, our Chief Financial Officer, will present preliminary budget information during Budget Workshop 4. This budget workshop will focus on the key components of the budget development process, including revenue estimates, expenditure planning, and financial priorities for the 25-26 school year. Also, please note that this is on current law as we await the impact of what House Bill 2 could potentially have on our funding. And so what we're trying to do is balance the budget with the existing budget and create a baseline before we have any considerations if we do get the signature, and I have not seen that yet today for House Bill 2. Okay.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. President, Board of Education, and Superintendent. Thank you for allowing me to present Budget Workshop number 4. Today's discussion points, we're going to talk about the 24-25 current year projections, the 25-26 budget assumptions, and then 25-26 general fund budget, child nutrition budget, and debt service. We're going to talk about those 3 budgets. Then next steps. Then we're going to hopefully review the preliminary budget. As the superintendent said, that things are changing rapidly. Even today, the numbers are shifting, and it's really contingent on what happens at the governor's desk. Next slide. So the infamous question we always talk about, how do the year-end numbers look? Next slide. So as we noted, we adopted a $45.9 million budget. We are pretty sure we're only going to collect 94% of that budget, which is a $2.6 million budgetary shortfall. Expenses, we've done a really good job. We've slowed down discretionary spending. We believe that we're going to land about 43.2 in expenses. So we're consider all things equal. Nothing changes. The net change in fund balance will be 97. Net positive fund balance $97.5 thousand.
Did you guys hear that?
It's because of the people behind us that they're doing the work and managing their spending. So 25-26 budget assumptions, as it looks, as it stands, the amount of money that we intend to collect for ad valorem taxes is about $1 million. That assumes a property value growth of 5%. That's what the chief appraiser told us. State aid is down $1 million. So typically when property values go up, state aid goes down, so it's a balance on that. We lose no money. The state has promised to educate every kid. So the net state aid and local are pretty much flat. Other shifts, we're taking advantage this year of indirect cost. Each grant that we manage, we get administrative costs for that, and so we're taking advantage of that of those funds. Expenses, we believe that, we have built 3% for our water, gas, utilities. Health insurance is about 10%. We'll find out this week from TRS if they're going to increase it and about what amount. Property insurance has increased about 10%. I've gotten that new invoice. As you know, we've cut the non-payroll budget by 5%, and so we're doing everything on our end to make sure it's possible. So this is a year-over-year budget comparison. Basically, here you see the actual 3.9% of that $1.4 million. Really, that's year over year. That $1.4 million consists of TIA, teacher incentive allotment, which is we get money from the state in our Tier 1 allotment, and so That's gonna, $400,000 of that is that, and the other part is the increases in TRS. Contracted services, we're cutting that budget down from last year, 2.2%. General supplies, about 27.2%. And other costs is going up marginally, and that's because of the actual property insurance increase of 10%. And then our capital plan, we've actually increased that budget by $186,000. That consists of a $200,000 to maintenance our HVAC in case something happens, and then other departmental plans for $800,000. Next slide. So this is the budget assumptions. We believe that we project a slight increase in student count up to 34 students. Property values, as I said before, the chief appraiser is anticipating us to grow about 5%. And then the other one is local property tax rate. When the actual property values go up, our tax rate will go down. So, next slide. So this is a general fund budget. This is what we believe we're going to collect, about 10.7%, 10.7 million for private tax collection. State aid is 34 million, and federal aid is about $300,000. We believe that our collections will be about 45.4 million. Slide. So child nutrition budget, we typically hadn't talked about that to this point. We believe we're going to collect in state aid about 82,000, and from the federal collection, the federal government about 3.4, which is a total collection of 3.7 million. Debt service, as it relates to ad valorem taxes, we're going to collect about 7.3 million from the homeowners, and the state is going to give us about 481,000. We don't give very much money for debt service. And so at the end of the day, we intend the collection to be about 7.8 million. As it stands June 16th, we plan on adopting the budget. I'm going to send the public notice out after tonight's meeting tomorrow, so it can be posted in the paper. And then we meet again, depending on the board, we intend to request you to adopt the budget. And this budget will include the impact of House Bill 2 at that time. Next slide. So here's the next step. So we, as I said before, we're going to conduct a public hearing on June 16th and propose a budget for adoption. Any questions? Do you mind if we go over the preliminary budget? Now, board, this is basically the preliminary budget as of last Friday. As I said before, the numbers are going to shift. Our goal is to bring to you a balanced budget. As you see, the first column is the general fund. If you look down at total collections, we believe we're going to collect about, at this time, 44.4 million. We think we're going to spend at this time about 46.3. And then there's going to be a net, there's going to be a budgetary deficit of 907,000. As we said, these numbers are steady moving. We don't intend to bring the deficit back next time, but we just got to run the numbers. So child nutrition is the next budget that I'm going to ask you to adopt. We believe we're going to collect about 3.7 million. We're going to spend about 3.7 million, so we plan on adopting a balanced budget there. And debt service, we're going to collect about 7.8 million in ad valorem taxes, between ad valorem taxes and the state, which is the 481,000. And we plan on, well, based on our receipts, we are going to spend about 8.2. Now, the thing there is that you have a really healthy fund balance. And so if we have to dip into the fund balance, 388,000, I think we'll be okay. Your fund balance now there is about $6.3 million. And so I think $388,000 will be it would be not material, so. Mr. President, pending any questions for you, that's, for the board, that's all I have. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, board.
We do have one thing, Mr. Wooten, that I want to be sure that everyone's aware of, is that there is still the possibility that we could fall out of the property value study. And so we've already been making arrangements for that, to appeal it, and we will not know that until about December, but we do have made some plans on what action we'll take if that happens.
Thank you, board. Yes, sir. We are, yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's it.
Yeah. Now on to item 5C, five-year curriculum audit report.
Yes, Mr. Board President, at this time, we have Scott Hutchings and Whitney Harper, our TLI lead coordinators, and they're going to present the updates to the five-year curriculum audit, highlighting focus areas for the 25-26 school year based on a deep dive on our data.
Good evening, President Tolliver, Superintendent Smith-Faulkner, and Board of Education. Thank you for allowing Mr. Scott Hutchings and I to present our five-year curriculum audit updates this evening. There are 5 curriculum audit standards. However, this presentation will focus on Standard 2, which is ensuring clear and valid objectives for students. Our board policy, EH Local, guides the development, implementation, and evaluation of the curriculum. The full policy is linked on the slide for your reference.
A little background, back in January, we had the opportunity to do a little bit deeper dive into curriculum. Each of the coordinators spends days on end really honing in on their own curriculum. But we sometimes don't get the opportunity to look at the other subject areas. And so we took advantage of a TLI meeting and we printed off samples from lots of units and looked at where everyone was at, what things did we notice, what things can we grow in, and overwhelmingly, we determined that from an outsider's view, an outsider's lens, we really needed more clarity and refinement so we can ensure that teachers are able to do the internalization, which is just making sure they understand how to deliver the lesson instead of having to do any actual creation of materials. And so that kind of really defined that work, and so we've had some follow-ups to look at what are we gonna do, how are we gonna enhance our documents moving forward. As we came to you last month, looking at some curriculum adoptions, we had just a few changes to our HQIM materials. And so you see that Bluebonnet Learning, which we brought to you, the Studies Weekly, and then McGraw-Hill brought back into that 612 Social Studies. Now, all the work that we do is, and if you will click in just very briefly, we have captured, which is now essentially a 10-year plan to ensure that we are providing curriculum and resources for every course that we offer here in Castleberry ISD. It's been a very growing plan, but also we're also continuously modifying, adjusting, making changes as needed. And so Ms. Harper and myself now are going to highlight some specific changes if you flip back to the slides.
So for our elementary curriculum updates, next school year, our district was actually awarded, which is very exciting, a grant from Texas Leads Literacy. And this is to support literacy initiatives and boost student achievement. Our focus next year will be on early literacy in grades K through 3. A key area of focus will be strengthening the literacy block. And Ms. Putney, our early literacy coordinator, has previously presented what the updated block will look like. And her presentation is actually linked in this slide under restructured literacy block. Additionally, our guiding documents will also be revised to reflect best practices in literary instruction. Our humanities 3rd through 5th grade, which encompasses reading language arts as well as social studies. I'm going to do some highlights here. For our reading language arts, the 3rd grade is actually under the grant that I mentioned earlier that Ms. Putney will speak of here in just a little bit. This grant was awarded to CISDs to support that restructured literacy. We're going to be updating the guiding documents, as I mentioned, and it will also allow us to hire a literacy demonstration teacher. Actually, we will be hiring 3, but we will only have 1 under that grant. We also will be updating some writing instruction alignment. We worked really hard on that K-12 alignment, but now with the induction of the AI tools, we're really using those more for our ECR, our extended constructive responses, as well as our short constructive responses. And we're really going to be prioritizing that student feedback and revision. Our last focus for our RLA 3rd through 5th will be continued refinement in collaboration with our new elementary bilingual coordinator. We're going to be strengthening that existing grammar and conventions instruction. Now, for social studies, you heard Mr. Hutchings say just a second ago that we have adopted a new curriculum. So for social studies, we will be offering studies weekly to our teachers. And this is a TEKS-aligned, engaging content with, we will be providing professional learning as well as that PLC support. And all of the guiding documents for 3rd through 5th will be rewritten so that the teachers have that internalization, that lesson internalization, and they don't have to come up with those lessons themselves. And then in elementary mathematics and science, I'm just going to highlight those bullet points. In math, we are going to be, as we do every year, we're going to be updating those guiding documents to align with what we will find out when the STAR the STAR tests are actually released. We're going to be streamlining some assessments to combine some similar CFAs so that we are more focused and more efficient in our instruction. And then we're going to continue our problem-solving model, which we use K-12. And we also are going to focus on and emphasize building a stronger foundational in number sense. We've actually we were called by Region 11 last week, and I was on a call with TEA, and we are looking at getting a grant. It's called Facts on Fire. So I'm meeting with the principals this week to discuss more about that. In science, we're going to be working on Spanish translation improvements. And our 5th grade will be moving, in bilingual, will be moving to science in Spanish, and that will be the instruction as well as the testing. And we also will be revising and refining those guiding documents.
On the secondary side, just a couple of big highlights. We've talked a lot about the writing process, but we've kind of determined we're at a place where we understand the structure of what is the writing process. We're now to the point where we really need to look at comprehension. Do students actually understand the work? And that's why they're missing, because we keep talking about missing the prompt. But as we're really starting to do a deep dive, we're really going to push on that reading comprehension. And so we're going to bring that into the guiding documents. On the social studies, definitely a big area, and we'll talk about this in our next presentation. We're going to be looking at an overhaul of 8th grade. Still not getting the performance score we're needing. And so I'm working with Ms. Harper and looking at how we can leverage some Title I funds to hopefully bring in some support to really move that data the way we want it to go. On secondary math, we use algebraic reasoning as a high school course that we can still support our retesters at the Algebra 1 with Algebra 1 retesters. And so we're really going to be kind of taking a deep dive to make sure that we're getting the absolute most out of our curriculum and experience for our kids there. And then in science, we've had a lot of success that we'll share with you in a little bit. But physics is a course that we have not developed to the level that we really want to, and now that we've got a pretty good handle on the STAR situation, Ms. Kogar is really going to do a deep dive into physics and make sure that we're providing that beyond biology experiences for our kids. On the languages other than English, now that we've done a little bit of restructuring, looking at how to support Spanish 1, 2, and 3 at the high school level. So we're looking at using some existing resources within the district to give a little bit better support and guidance to our teachers, but then looking at, is there another resource that would better serve our students into next year, to the 26-27 school year. And then in the career and technology realm, just because of a couple of updated course sequences, we've now got to offer architectural design and global business to meet some specific pathways. And so that CTE department is going to be working on developing guiding docs to go along with those new course offerings. And so that is just a very small snippet of the work that the curriculum and instruction department's doing, and so we're happy to field any questions we can. Oh.
First of all, thank you. So the question, I think my question is for science, the science assessment, you said the fifth grade science, that'll be in Spanish. Will that be the STAR assessment will be in Spanish?
The language of instruction for the bilingual fifth grade students, yes, the language of instruction will be in Spanish, and they will take the STAR test in Spanish.
In Spanish? Gotcha. Thank you.
Just a couple of clarifying questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Will we need to reapprove the curriculum plan since we're adding that sixth grade Bluebonnet?
We did that on May 5th.
That was part of what we approved?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I misunderstood that, okay.
Yes.
And this is a 10-year plan, is that correct?
Yes,
Is that
ma'am.
what I heard? So what's the advantage of a 10-year plan? Because I'm worried now about the star woes, is what we're calling them, instead of Star Wars. Because we don't, may be different next legislative
So
session.
this was actually an interesting conversation because we sat down with all the coordinators last week to make sure, before we came to y'all. Originally, this plan was written to ensure we came in 2016, we had no guiding documents. We had some very rough outlines, but the curriculum audit basically said, we do not have, at the district level, information to support your teachers. And so Ms. Smith-Bachner, along with the executive directors at the time, started developing this plan to say, hey, we've got to do a rollout because there's 17 high school math classes. We cannot roll out 7. So this started as just kind of a how do we even begin to tackle this situation? But your challenge is exactly that. We've got to constantly revisit, revamp, relook at. We have a 7th grade curriculum, very well outlined documents, but I'm going to dive in the second I get my release questions and make sure, am I addressing so there's this natural process that goes along that even though it's a 10-year plan, we're having to dive in on all of our major courses all the time. But the 10-year plan was much more of the rollout of this greater process to ensure is everything that we're offering, have documents, have the materials, and then on top of that, there's this ongoing process along the way. So I think we are addressing it. It's hard to capture now that we do have, for the most part, the bulk of the curriculum has been developed. For the most part, it's refinement, except science got new TEKs or a new adoption. There is a little bit more creation, but for the most part, it's lots and lots of refinement work that we're doing.
So we did have a curriculum audit with Tessa Tasby, and so they helped us develop a plan. And so this was an outcome of that training. It was a 3-day training.
Okay.
And then on year 2, let's say that year 1, we're writing guiding documents for RLA, then year 2 becomes a deep dive. And that's where you look at everything that you've written and you align it with the assessment. And then year 3, you go back and revisit it. So even though we've maybe created all of our guiding documents, each year you're doing something different to that guiding document. And as new TEKs are developed, then you might have to go back and make changes. So they actually helped us put a plan in that we can audit it ourselves, and we went through the training.
Okay, good. Which leads me to my final question is, and you y'all both mentioned these answers, but you read and breathe this, live and breathe this every day, and I do not. So how will we know that the strategies of this 10-year plan is working?
Well, I would say just by reevaluating it every year. 3 years ago, when we adopted new math curriculum STEM scopes, I had to rewrite the guiding documents for kinder through 5th grade, all 6th grade levels. And so we're constantly adjusting depending on what our STAR scores are, what the release questions look like. And so it's really just that ongoing conversation every year. And so one of the things that Mr. Hutchings and I have been tasked with is meeting with those coordinators and ensuring that they are on the correct phase of their curriculum documents. Because of our new literacy focus next year, we will be rewriting and revamping all of the kinder through 3 documents. Now, once you get into phase 3, like Ms. Faulkner said, that's more of just an implementation year. But if you have something in phase 3, which would be year 3, and you get new TEKs, a new adoption, you've got to start back over at phase one. You may not even make it to that 5-year implementation. And so it's really just looking at it every year, and actually we looked at it in the middle of the year and we adjusted. It's just an ongoing breathing document, kind of like our strategic plan that you guys look at each month.
I think, Ms. Gallman, also to add to that is, for example, we have been concerned with 8th grade social studies. And so we look at the student outcomes, we made some adjustments, and then we dug a little deeper, and we looked at the curriculum that we had, and we realized we needed to go with a different adoption. And so we went with an adoption. So student outcomes could trigger a change in mid-implementation.
And we get those updates, we get those reports throughout the year on student outcomes.
I think just to follow up on the other, so I understand we had support, right, getting this launched and started. Is there a feedback loop or some sort of cadence with them to come back and then follow back up? Because it's like, yes, go run with it, but then will they come back and support?
Currently, no, just because of funding. But what Whitney and Scott did is they did bring the campuses in. And one of the great things that they gave feedback on was we would like more clarity in the guiding documents, and they referenced that so that they were able to identify where teachers, or when they were in PLCs, what would be helpful so that teachers can very quickly understand what the student standards are that they should be covering. And so I think that for our feedback loop, it is the campuses and the teachers.
And so that refers back to, on the slide that Mr. Hutchings presented, our stakeholders, when we came in, it wasn't just coordinators. It was instructional coaches, it was campus academic leaders, it was our SPED department, it was our bilingual department. We had a whole bunch of, it was a room full of people. And so what we did is we all kind of took a couple and we went through them and we answered, certain questions. And so that's where we found out that there was certain areas that really needed that clarity. And so Mr. Hutchings and I have been working on really aligning our pacing calendars and our guiding documents to make sure that if you teach reading, you can pick up reading or you can pick up math and you can still follow it. Because a lot of our younger year teachers, they teach everything. And so they need to be able to look at a document or a calendar and it makes sense.
No, what to add, we did get feedback when we worked with the Moody Foundation on our grant. They actually helped us develop our structured literacy plan. We have taken a year to develop that block. They looked at it, they gave us feedback, and they really think we're moving in the right direction of what that is going to look like. And they're also going to be helping us for 3 more years. I just looked at the agreement for the grant, and so they will be coming and doing walkthroughs with us. And we'll have a showcase day in which we'll be able to invite board members to come in to the classrooms to be able, and then they will give us feedback on how they feel we're implementing and any adjustments we made. So since that's a focus, I think that even though we're not getting feedback from the original people that helped us on the audit, because the audit just kind of dictates when do you update your guiding documents, we now have the Moody Foundation who will be coming in and looking at what tweaks do they think we might need to make for our teachers. On Showcase Day. Yes, we will have a Showcase Day. We'll be able to showcase what we're doing in the classroom.
Thank you. Now we'll move on to item 5D, HB3 Early Literacy and Numeracy Goals and Progress.
Yes, Mr. Board President, and so what is driving our curriculum audit are our next 2 reports. So our first report are our House Bill 3 Early Literacy and Numeracy Goals. Whitney Harper, Elementary Lead Coordinator, and Becky Putney, our Early Literacy Coordinator, will present our House Bill 3 goals. In addition, we also, through the grant, have had some help in developing new goals for our comprehension, not only looking at foundational goals, but moving to comprehension. And so we're going to have to make some adjustments to the goals. So in July, based on the data that we're receiving, and also a new baseline tests that Becky will be discussing, because we're going to be using a mirror, if you remember. And so we're going to have to set a baseline year so that we will know how do we set goals, because we have no starting point. So Becky's going to go a little more in depth about that. And so again, the Moody Foundation helped us. At the campus level, we make individual goals, and at the House Bill 3 goal is one general goal, which will be for the school board. And then the campuses, of course, will have individual goals wrapped into the big goal. And so they have helped us. They're SMART goals, measurable, and we'll be looking at that during our progress monitoring that Ms. Putney will talk about.
Okay. Well, good evening, President Tolliver, Superintendent Smith-Faulkner, and school board members. I am going to show you the results of our end-of-year assessments. I'm going to share some celebrations and some areas for opportunities for growth. So, the next slide. Okay, in pre-K, we're pleased to report continued success in meeting our benchmark of 90% of students being on track in early literacy development. This includes critical skills such as phonemic awareness, knowledge of letter names and sounds, vocabulary acquisition, and early writing. As you can see, we've surpassed that 90% benchmark. In kindergarten, our goal was 85% of students being on track in literacy by the year's end, and we reached 81%, showing strong growth from 67% at the start of the year, a 14-point gain.
Ms. Putney, can you explain Text-Kia and Circle and why we use those assessments?
So Circle and Text-Kia are ones that the state requires us to use. For Text-Kia, especially at the beginning of the year, there's a kindergarten readiness component that the state dips down into and takes our results, and that's part of the TPIR report. And then Circle is one of the approved assessments that the state allows us to use to measure early literacy scores. Okay. Next. Before we get into first and second grade, there's a few things that we need to remember. We adopted a new assessment tool this year, but we kept our same HB3 goals that were based on our past performances with TPRI and Tejas-Lay. We made this change because we had high scores on TPRI and Tejas-Lay, but they weren't aligning with our third grade STAR results. So TPRI and Tejas-Lay assesses a broad range of reading skills, and when averaged together, we found that students could meet overall grade level expectations even if they had low oral reading fluency. MAP reading fluency, which is our new assessment for this year, focuses on oral reading fluency. And our current data that you're going to see reflects only the oral reading rate, not the foundational skills. So with this in mind, our first and second grade results really need to be considered that baseline data. So in first grade, you can see that rather than tracking growth toward a 90% HB3 goal as shown, this data really should be considered a baseline. And please note that this slide doesn't show just the percentage of students in first grade who have mastered foundational skills, nor does it show how many students can read text. What this percent shows is those students who can read at a rate of 60 words correct per minute. That's their fluency rate, and that's what's being measured here with MAP fluency. And then in second grade, 30% of students met the oral reading fluency expectations. Again, this data really should have been considered baseline data and reflects a shift from our previous assessments that were more focused on foundational skills. While this number is concerning, many of our students continue to develop that ability to apply literacy skills to read connected text. And to support their growth, we're committed to enhancing an instructional time that's focused on fluency and text application as part of our ongoing literacy plan. So as a reminder, and what's been mentioned already, is that since this past fall, our district literacy team has been working on an action plan that will increase early literacy proficiency scores as part of that TXRL grant. Previously provided the board with a comprehensive report that was detailed all the action steps that are underway, including the early literacy proclamation that Mr. Holder so eloquently presented and that you approved. And you will, as you heard, we're excited to share that we did receive word that we are one of the winning school districts for that grant. So, second grade, another important note about the oral reading rates. Here you can see that in second grade comprehension, we have a 23% increase in our meets and exceeds score from the beginning of the year to the end of the year. And in each stage along the way, the measurement to show that you met or exceeded expectations also raised. So students who moved into the oral reading portion of MAP fluency were also assessed in comprehension. And once our students are reading fluently, we see that their comprehension of text increases greatly. So while low percentages are difficult to see, the renewed focus on oral reading fluency is an opportunity for us to realign our efforts and to ensure students have daily opportunities for oral reading. It's also essential to support teachers in identifying and addressing fluency barriers, often tied to a lack of decoding automaticity. So for these reasons, we are going to transition to Amira, which provides both assessments and aligned daily oral reading practice and teacher support. So the 2025 and 2026 school year is going to be another baseline year as we gather data to guide instruction and support our students. So for writing, since the state accountability for writing is based on short and extended constructed responses to reading passages, we are focused on tracking our students' growth in this specific type of writing to ensure vertical alignment across grade levels. Each grade from kindergarten through second grade has established vertically aligned goals designed to build a strong foundation by the time students enter third grade. Currently, 62% of kindergartners, 59% of first graders, and 52% of second graders are meeting these writing expectations. As this is a new area of focus for us, we are closely monitoring progress and we're adjusting instruction to support continued growth. So before closing, I wanted to highlight 3 big achievements in early literacy efforts this year. We've mentioned before about our Just Right readers. Thanks to a generous grant funding, we were able to provide these take-home books to support our second graders' phonics skills and help build their home libraries. Our HIT tutors and ACE reinforced these skills, making a meaningful impact on student learning. We also started Lion Pals, a volunteer program launched this year that targeted first graders, pairing selected students with volunteers for weekly reading sessions using Read to Win materials. So we're excited for next year to expand and strengthen this initiative. So if you are looking for opportunities to work with students, Lion Pals would be a great avenue. And then, of course, we are the TXRL grant recipients. As mentioned earlier, we're very proud of this because it has been a lot of work with our campus principals and other campus leaders and district leaders. A lot of work has gone into this, and we're really excited about what we're going to be doing next year to improve literacy proficiency across our district. And now Ms. Harper will share early numeracy results.
Good evening. So I want to first start off by showing our HB3 pre-K math goals. Our pre-K data does continue to show strong progress, even though we narrowly missed our goal of 93% just by 2 percentage points. This growth is a testament to the expertise of our veteran teachers. This next slide shows the highest growth areas for pre-K were rote counting, shape naming, and operations. That's where that biggest growth was seen. As you can see, the first one is rote counting. They started the beginning of the year at just 8% on track, and by the end of the year, they were at 78%. And we still have a little work to do in operations, but we're moving definitely in the right direction. You can all see that we've made a lot of gains throughout the year in our pre-K math. For kindergarten, we exceeded our goal. This year for HB3, our goal was 85%, and at the end of the year, we were at 93%, so that's very exciting for us. Also in first grade, we exceeded our 60% goal, and we actually got to 86%. So 26 percentage points above our goal. That was really amazing. This is the group, this is all based on STEM scopes. These kids have had it in first grade, second grade, kinder first and second, and so we're really seeing some gains there. Also, our second grade, we had set our goal at 78%. However, we did reach that 88% goal. So this is the slide that I really want you to focus on. This shows our kinder first and second grade data from when we started 3 years ago. It shows our end of year data. So in the red, you'll see the first year that we started STEM scopes. We had about 67% in kinder, and now, 2 years later, we are at 93%. We started off at about 36% in first grade, and now we're at 86%. And then in second grade, we've made gains from 57 to 88%. What's really exciting about this is our rising third graders. So these second grade students will be the first group to have had STEM scopes since kindergarten. So we're really excited to see how they perform on STAR next year. Our recently new STAR raw data shows a slightly lower area, a slightly lower percentage than what our students scored on benchmark 3 this spring, which was that 2024 release STAR. However, we're really working on this. The spring benchmark was actually more on the low end, so we weren't as surprised to see this meets number a little bit low. These kids have not had STEM scopes for 3 years. They've had different things, different curriculum when they started out. So it's important to note that this test changes each year and each group of kids is different. The district will need to review the release questions once they're out, and we need to compare the rigor. Once those questions are available, we will adjust our pacing calendars, our lessons, as well as our assessments to address any gaps that were identified from this current year's test. So moving forward next year, we will enlist the support of additional personnel to assist us in reaching those goals. And there's just a couple of, there's some adjusted math action steps here on this. I had mentioned earlier about streamlining some of those assessments this year so that we can add back some days for the teachers to actually give additional instruction time. The math non-negotiables are the same that we had last year, and we will be continuing to monitor those. And as I mentioned earlier, we are looking at a possible TEA grant called Facts on Fire to increase our fluency. And this is for K through 5th grade. So Mr. Hutchings always asks me, he says, how come some of these kids are struggling with their multiplication facts? Well, now we're going to be really working on even starting in kindergarten if we are given this grant. So I'm looking forward to that. And then also focusing more on attending those PLCs and helping those teachers with that lesson internalization and increasing their rigor. And then these are just a couple of things that the kiddos have done. So, somebody have any questions?
Congratulations on the STEM Scopes kids.
Thank you, thank you.
It's really good.
It's
I'm
exciting
really-
to see how much growth they've made over the
Yeah.
last 3 years.
Yeah, I'll be excited to see what their stars do.
I know,
look like
that's,
next year, yeah. So,
next year.
Whitney, what are we currently using for multiplication, or for facts, I guess, to practice?
So STEM Scopes has a built-in fact fluency piece that we use in the younger grades. It's more of just kind of a daily awareness kind of spiral review. And then in the upper grades, we start in 3rd grade, which you'll actually get to hear a presentation earlier that you've heard me do before. We do a multiplication contest where our kids they start in October in 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade, learning those facts throughout the year, and then we close the year at the end with a multiplication contest that's kind of like a spelling bee, but they don't stand up and say the facts, they're actually timed. And so we'll see some exciting scores here.
Results, huh? Fun.
After the break, so.
Thank you. And then, Becky, for the early literacy, I know we are going to Amira. Does that mean that MAP is going away for K2? Okay.
And also, Mira, we're going to use that for TIA, because we do not, what the teachers also have told us is that they spend a lot of time testing, and you know, the STAR test was not revised this legislative session. And so we listened to what the teacher said, and we said if we can find a program that will test our student outcomes, have student outcomes, and also provide lessons, individualized lessons, and now teacher lessons for small group instruction so they can, again, not be spending all their time creating their resources. So that's why we went with Amira, and it's in Spanish and English.
So you have some parity, which
Yes.
is nice.
Yes, and then
They're
it's
all
used for
referenced
TIA.
The Spanish too, which is sometimes hard to find.
Right.
So,
The authentic Spanish, right? It's not just a translation of the
Right.
English, right? Perfect. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think we all echo your excitement about STEM scopes. It's a strategy that we can say, hey, this is working, and then we have these kids to prove that. So, only other thing is sign me up for Line Pals. No, I'm available, but call me.
I will. When we get ready in the fall, we will make sure everybody has a word. It's a great, great program, so.
I do have one follow-up, Ms. Harper. 60% meets on A through F accountability has been our goal because our ultimate goal is an A. But perhaps we might need to put a transition into that because it's a lofty goal. But if we're performing at, let's say, 27%, maybe we need to look at what are the steps to get to 60 so that we can see if we're hitting a goal. I know as a teacher, if they feel like that it is an unrealistic goal, then they might not be seeing any value in that.
Correct. Thank you.
Thank you. Now on to item 5E, May 2025 STAR results.
Yes, Mr. Board President, at this time, Ms. Harper and Mr. Hutchings, our TLI lead coordinators, will present very, very preliminary STAR information that they have been hand calculating, looking at the data and trying to make sense of it. As of right now, the state, when I logged in earlier today, has not released the state scores. So we're not sure how we are compared to other school districts, but I have heard through other superintendent friends that they're seeing some of the trends in 5th grade and 3rd grade that we are seeing, and I'll let Whitney and Scott fill you in on a little bit on the data.
Good evening, President Tolliver, Superintendent Smith-Faulkner, and board members. Mr. Hutchins and I are pleased to provide you with our STAR scores for 2025.
So just as Ms. Smith-Faulkner said, last time when I made this presentation to y'all, we were able to say, hey, here's where the state's doing, here's where Castleberry is. We talked about there was 23 out of the 25 tests at the state level decreased. We got a much better picture of the whole story of data. Today, we know what we did last year. We know what we did this year. We don't know what the test looks like. So there's still a lot of questions. But we want to give it to you as soon as we possibly can. So you will see some colors from that dark red, meaning double-digit losses, to the dark green to double-digit gains. So we're looking at comparing just from last year to this year, campus by campus, what is the trend in those numbers? And so that's the information we have. And so that's where we're coming to you tonight to say, hey, here's our first look. And certainly, as we get more information, we'll be sharing that with you as soon as we possibly can.
So for our elementary RLA results, our brightest spot in 3rd grade RLA this year is Joy James, where 2 veteran teachers achieved gains in approaches, meets, and masters. District-wide, we did hold steady at approaches, but we saw a slight dip in meets, but we gained 4 points in masters. Compared to our benchmark 3, which we took in the spring, we saw some increases across all performance levels. Our 3rd grade Spanish testers across the district showed strong double-digit gains in approaches and meets with an 8-point increase in masters compared to last year. While AV Cato saw a slight decrease overall, their master's levels still improved by 3 points. Our 4th grade RLA was a clear area of celebration, with strong growth across all campuses and most performance levels. Our veteran teacher at AV Cato achieved 63% at the meets level. Fewer students are testing in Spanish for RLA. AV Cato and CISD saw significant gains in meets and masters, and Joy James showed some increases at the meets level. Our fifth grade RLA English, our goal for fifth grade is the 60% meets, and most campuses are maintaining or making some progress. Joy James appears to be an outlier. On our upcoming cohort slides, you will be able to see that they have made gains over the last 3 years. And to protect confidentiality on our fifth grade Spanish scores, data was not reported for Joy James because there was only one student that tested in Spanish, and so we kept that confidential. So now I want to look at our cohort data. So AV Cato, fifth grade, over the last 3 years of the RLA STAR test, we have seen a 7-point gain in approaches, a 2-point drop in meets. However, we had an 8-point increase in masters. So over time, these students are really working hard to make some gains from third to fifth grade.
So these are our current fifth graders?
These are our current fifth graders, and this is the data that they had at third grade, fourth grade, and now fifth grade.
In 2023, was that the year for the redesign of STAR?
year of the
That's
Okay.
the first year of the
Okay.
redesign.
So we are comparing apples to apples.
Correct. So at CE, although we only saw a 1-point gain in approaches, we have seen double-digit gains in meets and masters when comparing this growth over time. At Joy James, we saw that 2% gain in approaches, but just like CE, Joy James saw double-digit gains in meets and masters. These cohorts have really shown so much growth over the last 3 years. All right, now for our math results. Our third grade bright spot is also Joy James, where a first-year teacher achieved gains in approaches, meets, and masters over the year previous from a different teacher. So district-wide, our STAR results are closely aligned with our benchmark 3, which was that 2024 release STAR. And I had mentioned earlier when I presented the HB3 goals that our third grade did not test as high as we were hoping on that spring benchmark. So some of these numbers, although they're very raw, did not come as much of a surprise. We will be able to compare these items more rigorously once they release those actual test questions. I want to say congratulations to our fourth grade math teachers. CISD improved or maintained performance across all campuses and district-wide with a 5% gain in approaches, a 4% gain in meets, and an 8% growth in masters. All of our fourth grade classes are taught by veteran teachers, contributing to this very strong performance. Our fifth grade story tells a little bit, our fifth grade tells us a little bit different story. While we saw an increase in masters across campuses in the district, there were declines in approaches and meets. But please remember, without released questions, it's very difficult to fully analyze the cause of these numbers. A deeper review of this decline will take place before the new school year begins. And additionally, as Ms. Smith-Faulkner mentioned, after speaking to 2 local districts, they confirmed that they had a decline in their fifth grade math as well. Our next 3 slides will show our campus cohorts in the fifth grade math over the 3 years. So with the 3 years of the new Math STAR assessments, at AV Cato, we've seen a 2% gain in approaches, a 9% gain in meets, and just a very slight dip in that masters over the 3 years with this cohort. At CE, what an accomplishment. We've got double-digit gains at 15 and 14% in approaches and meets, and a 4% gain in masters. And just like CE, Joy James made an amazing accomplishment for double-digit gains across all performance levels, with 12 in approaches, 16 in meets, and 11% gains in masters. So if you look at how these students were performing in the third grade to how they're performing now, they have come a very, very long way. Our fifth grade science results, despite this being a crossover year where they had new materials, that new adoption. They had new TEKs that were updated. And the science test is only tested in 5th grade, which we call it a banded test. So it's testing 3rd, 4th, and 5th TEKs all together. And most campuses did improve in the approaches level compared to last year. Joy James is that one outlier, but we have made a staffing change for next year. And so we're very hopeful that those scores will be improved.
At the middle school, 6th and 8th grade RLA saw gains in most areas, with 6th grade showing significant gains in approaches and masters. 7th grade RLA has been a target area throughout this year as we've worked through that progress monitoring process. We've developed intensive coaching plans and support. However, ultimately, we have found 3 teachers to add to that department, and so we've got 3 very strong teachers coming in, 2 with lots of experience and 1 that's been through the TCU teacher program, and so we're feeling very good about moving forward. Still looking for 1 8th grade teacher, but otherwise really moving the right way with our hiring situation. As we look at 6th and 7th grade math, across the board, 6th grade saw impressive gains when compared to last year in all categories. 7th grade on-level saw a small gain, but it's important to note the number of 7th graders that we accelerate to 8th grade math. We've increased from 79 students last year to 89 students that are testing above grade level. So that does impact that on-level score, which is the line that just says 7th. But when you put that entire 7th grade cohort together, you can see the 5% gains in approaches, meets, and masters on the bottom row. So we're definitely putting them in the right place to be successful, and overall that will positively impact accountability. Looking at 8th grade in Algebra 1, while we did see just a slight dip in our middle school Algebra 1, it's important to note that we're at 90% meets. That's an incredible performance. These students are being extremely successful, and we're servicing nearly 90 students in that group. So we have a huge number of students taking that high school credit course at the middle school. And then we did see the slight dip on the approaches at 8th grade, but we did make some staffing changes, which I think will shore up that situation, so we will see some continued growth next year. Science scores at the middle school were a big celebration area, outstanding double-digit gains in all areas. Furthermore, the performance of that STEM cohort is to be celebrated. Not only were they highly successful as 7th graders, but when we accelerate them to that biology high school test, they had 100% meets. So outstanding work, very much to be celebrated from one of our outstanding teachers over at the middle school and our coordinator support staff. Social studies continues to be a focus area. We brought to you some of the curriculum concerns and conversations in our last meeting, but there's definitely the process where we need to do a little bit deeper dive. As Ms. Smith-Faulkner said, we're looking at talking to some of our neighbors in 3rd through 5th. Similar story in the social studies realm from what I'm hearing through the grapevine. So as I reached out to a number of people, definitely some overall, we need the rest of the story. And so we're certainly going to dive in, look at how the state's performing, look at those individual questions to make sure that we're putting the best learning experiences forward for those kids. As we move over to the high school, now, if we look at high school for reach and high school for science, just like 8th grade, this was a big celebration area. Lots and lots of growth, lots of green. There was a tiny bit of dip at reach with biology, but it was 2 students. Unfortunately, 1 didn't quite make it. However, across the board, lots of success and celebrations to be had around that. You'll see we took the retester, that's the RETS column. We had 55 retesters last year after this testing session. We're down to 25. So really addressing the needs of those kids, taking them off that retester list so they can move on and do bigger and better things. As we shift to U.S. history, while the approaches level remains strong, still sitting at over 90%, we did see a little bit of a decline on the meets area. It's important to note we have a large number of students that we take the U.S. History On-Ramps course, which is that partnership with University of Texas. When we did that, we put all of our honor students on that college track, but we don't control that coursework, and so that's all provided through the University of Texas. Well, their coursework ended the day before STAR, so we didn't kind of have that time to regroup, and the alignment isn't exactly aligned with STAR, so we're going to do some really deeper dive in evaluating, but still a lot of high level of success as far as the approaches in U.S. history. Looking at Algebra 1, there was a slight decrease. We did see reach. They've been taking on more students than ever, and so they did have a nice little increase there over at reach. But at the high school, we did see a little dip, which is never what we want to talk about, and we do have a few more retesters than we previously serviced. But on the next slide, we had to have a little bit more information that better tells the story. When we look at the 2 teachers that teach Algebra 1 on level and inclusion, both of those teachers are sitting at 71 and 72% success, over 10% higher than they were. But when we look at the student service through resource and our students that I mentioned about algebraic reasoning, that's where we're kind of having that hit to our overall performance. Also, we transitioned from only 7 students in resource class last year to over 23 this year, and there's been some staffing challenges related to that class, so that's definitely going to be a focus area moving forward. As we look at English 1, we did see a little increase in approaches, which is great because that reduces those overall retesters that we are servicing in English 1. We did see the slight dip in meets, which we never want to see that, but Reach had a little bit more success with some 11-point gain from the year prior. If we dive into the teacher, they have a very similar experience to Algebra 1, so on the next slide. So if we look at just those 2 teachers that taught English 1, they're at 75 and 74%. So that first teach, that Tier 1 instruction is in a very good place. We're really making some solid gains, but we're still addressing those retesters and those students getting services outside that Tier 1 classroom. Our resource success isn't quite where we need to be, and also that ESOL was definitely not our biggest area of success. And so we're really looking at, we've got a pretty good hold on that Tier 1 instruction, so now what does it look like to take that next step, to make sure we're supporting all those students, because overall it's greatly impacting our results. Looking at English 2, very, very similar scores to the year prior with just slight dips, and we added just a few more retesters than we would like to. When we dive into the teacher numbers here, you will see a little bit more discrepancy here. However, through the PLC process and trying to make sure students had what they needed, the teacher 1 on this list determined that she was going to take every kid that was not successful on STAR previously on English 1. And so they did some creative grouping and rescheduling to make sure that they kind of had a targeted plan for those kids. And we saw a little bit more success on some of the retests, but still not where we need to be. And so we're really going to take a deeper dive on making sure that we have a very broad retester plan and make sure we're getting these kids what they need. At this time, I'm going to call up Ms. Laura Guzman to tell you just a little bit about our early TELPAS results.
The TELPAS data demonstrates clear and encouraging growth in English language proficiency for our emerging bilingual students. At the kindergarten level, 15% of our students score at the advanced and advanced high, reflecting the early stage of second language acquisition. By 5th grade, 65% of our students perform in advanced and advanced high, a 50% increase. This growth highlights the effectiveness of our emerging bilingual program. Like Ms. Harper and Scott mentioned, this is preliminary data as well for TELPAS. The preliminary reclassification data for the past 3 years reflect steady progress across CISD campuses, indicating that our emerging bilingual students are making continuous gains in language proficiency. Notably, 2 campuses show significant growth worth to celebrate. Joe James increased the numbers of potential reclassification from 13 students last year to 18 students this year. CHS showed an increase of 11 students qualifying for potential reclassification like you see in this slide. Speaking and writing have been in district state-wide focus, as both are key expressive domains in language acquisition. I am pleased to report that we continue to maintain positive momentum in these areas. This slide reflects the progress in the speaking domain at the advanced high level. Compared to last year, 41 additional students across the district had advanced into the advanced high category. Writing continued to be one of the most challenging components in language acquisition. Teupa's grading is no exception. However, I am pleased to report tremendous growth across campuses in these domains. Like you see in the column of 2025, every campus made some gains. This slide highlights all the campuses. Advanced high category, with Joy James again showing double digits growth, increasing from 2 students last school year to 14 students this school year. A big recognition goes to all campuses and staff for have worked diligently to ensure our students are prepared to meet the demands of state assessments. The focused instructional efforts, target support, and commitment of our educators are directly contributing to these positive outcomes on the TOPAS test. Thank you. You have some questions? Whatever. Yes, it's the number of students, the increase of number of students from 1 year to the different years. Like you see, then 2023, we don't have anything to compare, but 2024, we had the comparison, and you can see we had 16 students. The previous year, 5. This school year, we had 24. Then we can see the huge jump. And the grading, every campus make a huge a growth.
A quick question. On the slide 40, or let me see, slide, the one with the graph, with the kinder versus 5th grade?
The 41?
Uh-huh. So that'll be, it's 15 and then 65%. That's the composite score, that's the overall?
Oh, yes, and thank you for asking for that. Our goal is to keep the progression in advanced and advanced high. You can see in kindergarten, the majority of the students are performing in beginners and intermediate. Thank you. Beginners and intermediates, and then that is very common across the state. But you see 5th grade, how that decrease. That's how we want to keep the momentum in the growth. Only 11 is 36 students that we have in 5th grade scoring at the beginners and intermediates level, and everybody else is flipping to the advanced and advanced high.
So that's the total number of students in kinder and in 5th grade?
Yes.
Gotcha, okay. But that's the composite of all of the 4, or I guess is it still the best out of 2? Or the best 2?
Best out of 2, but
Best of the
composite's
two.
still.
Okay.
The composite.
Thank you.
For the classification.
Just for clarification, it looks like there were 71 retesters at the high school, and out of that, are we saying only 1% of the retesters passed on the May test?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know what the action plan was for after December on how we were, for math, you said we had algebraic reasoning. Do we know what plan we had for our RLA students?
There was a couple of pieces. They had tried to take advantage of ACE, which I think was very underutilized. If you were to look at that roster of 71 students, I would suffice to guess that that was a highly underutilized there. We did a number of pull-out sessions, and so we had some targeted lessons work with those kids to prepare for that STAR test. They did a boot camp the day before and tested after, but certainly an area I think we could develop a more rigorous plan to meet.
This is what I see where the highest area of need. So what I would, as a follow-up, like to know how many students are in our summer program that are retesters as a follow-up later.
I actually had a question about the retesters. Angela, would you go back to one of those slides? It doesn't matter which one. It can be 34, or that one's fine. So Can you just real quick, Scott, like explain the retesters? Because I see 2024 retesters, 123, and then I see 2025, 131. Is that the same group of kiddos or is that different?
So after the spring test, there, in 2024, there were 123 students that did not pass. And so
First administration.
first administration.
Okay.
So they worked through the process. So when we're talking about the 71, well, that's what's left after we've had a summer test, December test, move-outs, move-ins. But now, for the test that they just took about a month ago, 131, that Ms. Smith-Wagner is asking about who's getting to summer school, because we now need to address 131 are starting that cycle now that they're going to be entering that.
Potentially the same students, but potentially not the same students.
Certainly could be, but for a lot of those are going to be new retesters joining into
Okay.
the mix.
So, but can you go back to the teacher individual? So when we have our Tier 1 instruction this year for English 1, we had only 25% of the students that were not successful. So what's happening is our retesters are carrying on year for year and growing, so it sounds like the place Tier 1 is improving, but we need a good, strong plan for retesters, or it's going to continue to grow and impact the overall accountability.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. It's overall took us down almost 20 percentage points from where that first teach was, and so very a critical area for sure. Two and three.
The other thing I wanted to mention, I'm sorry, Tracy, did I cut you off? Okay. So the other thing that I wanted to mention is that Ms. Patton, we have spoken about how do we get the resource teacher help, because it's hard to find a certified special ed teachers. And so in the resource room, we're having more students qualifying for resource, and we actually had 3 different teachers in the math resource room. And you saw how at Algebra 1, we only had, I think, 1 student, is it 1 student who
4,
passed?
but 4 out of 29.
4 out of
Or 23,
23. And previously, we had a higher group that was successful in the resource. And we now know that they are also responsible for taking the STAR test. So that's also fairly new. So that was a little bit of a surprise as we're focusing on that Tier 1 instruction in the mainstream classroom. So Ms. Patton is working on having content teachers, such as a math teacher, and trying to help them get their SPED certification so that we can put a content teacher with a SPED certification in that classroom to address that. So that's, we're helping them get their SPED certification to address it at the root level.
When you say we're helping them, does that mean financially?
If Ms. Patton is providing professional learning, we had a group of teachers who volunteered this year to have an interest in getting their special ed certification, and if they pass the test, then we reimburse them.
Now we'll move on to item 5F. Okay. We're going to move on to item 6, closed session. At this time, the board will retire to closed session under Texas Government Code Sections 551.071 and 551.076 and 551.08 and 551.083 to discuss the items listed on the agenda. The time is 7:19 p.m. going to hold on for a minute or two. I call this meeting back to order after our recess. It is 8:06 PM. As we continue tonight's meeting, we welcome all who have joined us as we keep asking, how can we best promote and encourage achievement for every student in our district? The mission of Castleberry Independent School District is inspiring, educating, and empowering all students to be innovative thinkers in the global community. At this time, we will begin with the pledges of allegiance.
Yes, Mr. Board President, at this time, we have Cub Scout Pack 155, and from that pack, we have Daniel Cantu, who will be leading us in our pledges tonight.
Please stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with justice for all. And now for the Texas pledge. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Now we'll move on to item 7C.
Yes, Mr. Board President, we have something very exciting to share with you tonight. And Ms. Abby Offenbaker, our communications coordinator, will recognize the campuses and the programs that have been identified as a DFW favorite.
Hello, good evening. Tonight, I have the honor of sharing Castleberry ISD's achievements in the 2025 DFW Favorites Contest. The DFW Favorites Contest is an annual program presented by the Fort Worth Star-Telegram that celebrates the best businesses, organizations, and individuals across the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Launched in 2023, this year marks the third edition of the program. For the education-related categories alone, which includes elementary school, middle school, high school, and education and tutoring services combined, there were 232 nominations across DFW. This year also saw a 52% increase in voter participation, a clear sign of how engaged and proud communities all across DFW are. So, without further ado, or whatever you say, Castleberry Elementary, once again, earned the Gold Award for Best Elementary School. Oh, no one wants to clap? I was supposed to pause. And Gideon, I'm a little disappointed because Dr. Richland specifically said, Abby, you know Mr. Gideon will get up and do all that, so he was real quiet. This marks back-to-back wins for 2024 and 2025. Competing against 86 nominated elementary schools, this recognition reflects a nurturing environment and a strong, supportive campus culture. Next, additionally, Irma Marsh Middle School retained the Gold Award for Best Middle School throughout all of DFW. Thank you. This marks back-to-back wins for 24 and 2025. Being selected as the top middle school out of 77 nominations is a testament to a campus culture where students and staff know they belong. But that's not all. Not only did Castleberry ISD defend its gold rankings, additional recognitions were earned this year. New this year, we had Castleberry High School receive silver for best high school. And then also new this year, we have A.V. Cato Elementary, who secured silver for best elementary school, in addition to, wait for it, bronze in the category of education and tutoring services for its ACE out-of-school time program. These recognitions highlight the supportive community that surrounds Castleberry ISD and the collective dedication of our students, staff, and families. Special thanks to the Fort Worth Star-Telegram for sponsoring this contest and to everyone who voted in support of our schools. Next time, I'm going to make some like cue cards since it wasn't always on cue, but thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations. Well deserved. Item 7D.
Yes, Mr. Board President, at this time, we have Dr. Myrna Blanchard, Director of Talent Acquisition and Policy, will present the District Elementary and Secondary Teachers of the Year for the 24-25 school year.
Thank you, Ms. Faulkner. Yes, the District Teacher of the Year, which includes our elementary and our secondary. This is so exciting, so I'll get right to it. It is with great pleasure that I introduce this year's District Elementary Teacher of the Year, Remy McLaughlin. Come on up, Remy. Remy teaches kindergarten at A.V. Cato. When her students were asked what they love about Miss McLaughlin, kindergarten students, they responded saying, "She's been super nice to students." That was Peyton. "And always does good things for us." That's adult. And Yami stated that she makes us have fun. What a wonderful testament. As the honored elementary teacher of the year for the district, Miss McLaughlin advances to the regional level, where one exceptional elementary teacher will be selected as Region 11 Elementary Teacher of the Year. And we wish you all good luck, okay? So for this special honor, Miss McLaughlin received an award to display proudly in her classroom, a $1,000 cash donation from the Education Foundation of Castleberry ISD, and a wonderful bouquet of flowers. And several of her family and friends are here to support her. So if I can ask them to stand up. And if you'll help me congratulate Miss Remy McLaughlin one more time as our District Elementary Teacher of the Year. Congratulations. So for our Secondary Teacher of the Year, it is with great pleasure that I introduce you to our District Secondary Teacher of the Year, Mrs. Christina Wyatt. Come on up. Mrs. Wyatt teaches CBI special education students at Irma Marsh Middle School. When her students and staff were asked what they love about Miss Wyatt, they said she consistently goes above and beyond to support students, encouraging them to thrive and always putting us first. Congratulations. As the honored Secondary Teacher of the Year for the district, Miss Wyatt also advances to the regional level, where one exceptional secondary teacher will be selected. We're sending good vibes for you. For this special honor, she also received an award for her classroom, the $1,000 cash donation from the Castleberry ISD Foundation, and her beautiful bouquet of flowers. And we have several here that are here to support family and friends. If you'll please stand in honor of Miss Wyatt. And for both of these family and friends that are here, I just want to say thank you to them, as we know that it takes a lot of support from our family and friends to encourage both our teachers of the Year. So please help me congratulate Christina Wyatt, our Secondary Teacher of the Year. Congratulations. All right. Thank you.
Congratulations. I think we have item 7E, recognition of multiplication contest winners.
Yes, we have Miss Whitney Harper again, our lead elementary math coordinator. Will recognize the 24-25 multiplication contest winners.
Good evening, President Tolliver, Superintendent Smith-Faulkner, and all the school board members. I am pleased to announce that this is our 9th annual multiplication contest recognitions. This year, Castleberry had several students show their mastery of multiplication fluency. All the students in grades 3 through 5 are given a 1-minute fact assessment to see who can answer the most correctly. Winners are generated at the classroom level, the campus level, and also at the district level. So tonight, we are recognizing our district level first place winners in 3rd, 4th, and 5th. And the winners are our first winner is, go ahead, come on over. Our 3rd grade champion is Juan Banda. He is a student at Joy James Academy of Leadership and is in Miss Moreno's homeroom. He answered 50 facts in 1 minute. Congratulations. He has already been awarded a medal and a trophy and a certificate, as you can see in the picture. Our next winner, our 4th grade champion, is Iker Solario. He was unable to be here tonight. He is from A.V. Cato Elementary and in Miss Uriosti and Miss Clinton's homerooms, and he answered 57 facts in 1 minute. So let's give him a round of applause. And our 5th grade champion was Axel Sanchez. He attends Joy James Academy of Leadership and is in Miss Caceres' homeroom, and he was able to answer 67 facts in 1 minute. Now, I'm really sad he's not here today because if you'll go ahead and show the next slide, Axel Sanchez has been our district winner for 3 years in a row, winning in 3rd grade, which is that bottom left picture, in 4th grade, the bottom right picture, and then this year, the top picture in 5th grade. And he started off in 3rd grade with 49 facts in 1 minute. He graduated to 62 in 4th and 67 in 5th grade. So if any of you know Axel Sanchez or his family, be sure to give him congratulations. So we'll give him a round of applause at this time. And right now, I would just like to thank all of the parents, the teachers, and administrators for supporting these mathematicians year after year. If you are a parent, teacher, or administrator for any of these winners, would you please stand and be recognized? Thank you so much.
F, recognition of science fair winners.
Yes, at this time, we have Nikki McDormand, our elementary science coordinator, and Marcy Koger, who's our secondary science coordinator, and they will recognize the 2024-25 science fair winners.
Good evening, President Tolliver, Superintendent Smith-Faulkner, and members of the board. On behalf of Ms. Nikki McDormand and myself, we extend a heartfelt appreciation for the opportunity to recognize the outstanding achievements of our top scientists. In January, the district held the annual science fair at Irma Marsh Middle School. These exceptional students excelled in the district fair and, at the secondary level, were selected by a panel of judges to advance to the Fort Worth Regional Science and Engineering Fair held on February 19th at UTA. A total of 28 students from Castleberry proudly represented our district at the regional fair. Their projects, covering topics from water purification to conductivity, demonstrated creativity, critical thinking, and a strong commitment to scientific inquiry. We invite you to explore and celebrate a selection of these impressive projects on display out in the hallway. All middle and high school students, please come forward and stand in a line facing the board members. Mrs. Henry will present you with your award. We'll begin our recognitions with the Irma Marsh students, starting with 6th grade STEM. Unfortunately, this first student was not able to be here tonight, but I still would like to recognize her. I would like to recognize Kara Hatley for her physics investigation on conductivity. Kara tested different types of wire and determined which one produced the most voltage when connected to a lemon battery. Next is our first place 7th grade STEM student winner. I present Elin Serenchia for her chemistry experiment on chocolate. Elin's research focused on determining how the composition of chocolate bars influences their melting rate. Earning top honors, the Grand Champion Trophy was awarded to 2 exceptional investigations. The first Grand Champion Award went to Annabelle Watson for her experience in the plant science category. Annabelle investigated the effect of different concentrations of carbon dioxide on plant growth. The second Grand Champion Award went to McKinley Lavender for her environmental science experiment, which method of water purification purifies water the best. McKinley used 3 different methods of water purification to determine which was most effective in removing sulfates. At the high school level, I would like to recognize Lizette Hurtado for her place experiment in materials science. Lizette experimented with various cleaning solutions and protein test strips to determine which cleaner removed the highest quantity of proteins. Last but not least, I present the Castleberry High School Grand Champions, Pedro Villafranco and Victor Licona, who was not able to be with us tonight. These 2 students conducted an investigation titled Bird's AI View, Building Activity Mapping with Automative Perspective, in which they explored how artificial intelligence can be used to map activity patterns from an aerial viewpoint. Well beyond my scope of understanding, but I want to thank all of the students for their participation and hard work this fair season. I would also like to take a moment to recognize the science teachers of these exceptional students. In 6th grade, we have Miss Ritu Nayland. In 7th grade, Coach Brad Adams. In 8th grade STEM, Mrs. Janine Henry. 9th grade, Miss Monica Rivas. And in 11th grade, Mr. Richard Young. Students, you may return to your seats. If we can give them a round of applause, please. Okay. I will now turn the presentation over to Ms. McDormand so that she may honor the elementary winners.
In January, 4th and 5th grade students from our 3 elementary campuses also competed in the district science fair. And at this time, I'd like to have our 4th and 5th grade students please come and stand in a line and face the board members. Ms. Kogler is going to present you with your award. Our district's 5th grade first place winner from AB Cato, Dominic Martinez, was unable to join us tonight, but Dominic's project examined how far a Hot Wheels car rolled on different surfaces. Our elementary grand champion, also from AB Cato, is Jenny Scott. Jenny tested how long a paper airplane made of cardstock stayed in the air. Our district's first place winner in 4th grade from Castleberry Elementary, Lily Purifoy, was unable to be with us tonight. Lily tested what changes occurred to the appearance or texture of plastic bags exposed to sunlight. I would like to take a moment to recognize the science teachers of these exceptional students. If you are present, please stand when I call your name so we can recognize you. Ms. Caballero, Ms. A. Kaminsky, and Mrs. B. Kaminsky. I don't think they were able to join us tonight. On behalf of the district, we would like to extend our sincere appreciation to the superintendent, school board, parents, family members, and teachers for all of your unwavering commitment to our students' academic success. If you are a parent, family member, or teacher of these young scholars, please stand so that you too may be recognized. So parents sit down and teachers. Thank you. Thank you.
Now to the ACE recognitions.
Yes, Mr. Board President. We have Claudine Avila, our 21st Century Grant Project Director, who will recognize the accomplishments of our ACE program for the 24-25 school year.
Good evening, Board President Tolliver, Superintendent Smith-Faulkner, board members, and Castleberry community. I'm honored to present the recognitions for the ACE program for the 2024-2025 school year. We are funded through the 21st Century Community Learning Centers Grant, also known as a 21st CCLC grant, which provides nearly $10 million of funding for after-school and summer learning programs over the 5-year span of the grant. We are currently in cycle 12, year 2 of the grant. New for the 24-25 school year, $61,000 in additional funding was awarded to Castleberry ISD ACE program to provide work-based learning opportunities through stronger out-of-school time. We applied for this grant to further expand on our already strong CCMR programs. In addition, we were just awarded the Driver's Education Grant through the Texas Department of Transportation for the 25-26 school year. This grant adds $20,000 to our already existing driver's education program, which served 130 students in the 24-25 school year. We will be able to expand and enroll more students with this additional funding. I am excited to announce that we served 1,266 students during the fall and spring of 24-25, and 1,359 students are being served this summer. Thank you. Our program continues to support academic excellence and accelerated instruction. Accelerated learners are showing growth beyond the region, as you can see here in these tables. In the first table, green indicates growth in reading and math from 2023 to 2024. In the second table, you see Castleberry ISD's accelerated learners by grade and subject compared to the region. We outperformed the region in every area that is shaded green. The ACE after-school program supported accelerated instruction with high-impact tutoring using high-quality instructional materials as iExcel and Amira. Exciting news, AV Cato's ACE program was just awarded bronze in the DFW's favorites for education and tutoring services. There are multiple recognitions that I would like to point out for enrichment. All campuses also participated in the Wellman Recycled Art Project, and AV Cato won first place. Before you leave this evening, please be sure to check out the art in the back. We also had some of our esports winners. They attended the fall invitationals, and so we have a picture of them there. 133 students, 133 contestants participated, and we had 5 of our students that placed. Okay. All campuses participated in the 24-25 Cowtown Marathon. 2 middle school students were invited to a special event for placing in the top of their age group. In partnership with the Education Foundation, ACE students performed in a complete student production of Willy Wonka at AV Cato. The ACE program offers opportunities to build sports skills and provides uniforms and students at no cost. You will see examples in the next few slides. All 3 elementary ACE programs competed in a soccer tournament, and Joy James won the championship. In the spring, all 3 elementary programs competed in a basketball tournament, and Castleberry Elementary won the championship. In this photo, you'll notice both the basketball players and the cheerleaders are wearing the uniforms provided by ACE. We continue to partner with LYSA and the community to provide sports skills that build perseverance, stamina, and good sportsmanship. The LYSA football team were Texas State champions this year. I would also like to recognize partnerships beyond sports. ACE supports STEM, the arts, and college, career, and military readiness, with partnerships with Amon Carter Museum, 4-H, and Girls Inc. Additional partnerships include working together with our child nutrition program, TCC Aviation, Texas AgriLife, Tarleton University, and Kathy's Critters. All of these provide experiences to students they likely would not have without Castleberry ISD's ACE program. You may notice the CCMR CTE trends in our enrichment. Here are additional examples that support college and career pathways. This year, we have added a field trip to the Fort Worth Aviation Museum, and we continue to partner with Girls in Aviation and the University of North Texas, among many other partnerships. The ACE program provides monthly family engagement opportunities throughout the year and through various collaborations. Every campus is required to provide events aligned to math, literacy, STEM, and the needs of our community. Thank you to our dream team, the campus-level administrators whose dedication makes the program possible. I would like to ask our ACE site coordinators and program specialists to stand and be recognized. We appreciate all the hard work you do to provide a high-quality program. Thank you for continuing to fuel excitement, growth, and success. Together, we're building tomorrow's leaders, lions who dream big, learn fearlessly, and blaze new trails. Thank you.
Yeah, now we want to take some time to remember this day, to recognize these kids, recognize these people. We're going to take some pictures. Ms. Branch, I'll let you direct that. We're going to just take a few minutes.
I think our first group, Ms. Branch.
in budget, on schedule, and, roughly about 20% of bonds finish that way. So we're on track to do well, and we're going to keep it that way. Little timeline here, we're hitting some good milestones. So these are huge, so I try to go back about a month and go forward about a month. But just in brief, our pier and beams, which are necessary for our slabs, are all in. Design, we're at different stages. I'll go through that a little bit more on the schedule. Finalizing some plans, I'm going to go through that a little on the last two slides. We've got some updates for you on White Settlement Road, yeehaw on that. And we've got some substantial completion, which we're going to have an update for you on the 16th, and BTC will be here because we've got a huge savings, as I mentioned at the last board meeting, and we'll get to finalize all of that. So keep on moving. So as far as our schedule and timeline, infrastructure-wise, we do have our permanent power. We've got one more meter going in. We're cutting power off the 9th through the 14th at the high school, so that'll all be complete then. Stormwater drainage pending, our encroachment. So we've got one more item to approve with the city of Fort Worth, which brought you tonight, in order to complete that stormwater drainage, which is very crucial so we can get water off the site. We've got the main water line to go this summer, and hopefully we'll get that started next month. Renovations-wise, interior, gymnasium is looking good. I've got a few pictures to show you. Media center, we're finalizing some design. We kind of had to wait and let some chips fall on other items that, so we could see where our budget lies. New construction-wise, we've got pier and beams in, slab on grade going in. We're about 33%, and you'll see some steel going up. We have our crane mobilizing soon. So good there, okay. And so our early package, as I mentioned, is complete. So we're going to have an update on that portion of it. And then we've got about 88% of our funds left, rocking and rolling on package 2. So it's good to see the blue bar raised, but it's also good to know that, we're roughly about a fourth of the way through, but we've got 88% of our money left. So good news all the way around. Here's a picture of what will be the band hall. This is the old rubber gym. So as you can see, we're already going up the walls. And this was last Thursday, Friday. So we've gone a little further since then, but moving right along. A lot of the interiors and the MEP have already been installed. So we're still looking at roughly October, November for completion there. So looking good. We'll take a few tours soon. These are a few mock-ups for our finishes. So it's getting good. Now, this isn't coming soon, but it is good because we've got long lead times. It's good to get to a point where we're deciding on these things. So over the course of the summer, you'll start seeing some of the framework go around. But these are the interior and exterior finishes. They're nowhere near a final decision. We've got to look at grout and things that settle, but these are placed right outside, and we'll have several items that are going to be finishes, fencing and things like that coming. So just wanted to show you a picture that we are kind of keeping the end in mind. So our challenges, we have made a lot of progress. It is still some challenges that we're dealing with, but our encroachment and our parkway, we have an agreement in place that we're going back and forth and finalizing with the city of Fort Worth. This will allow us to complete our storm drain. We did have a conflict with our gas line, but Atmos has been great about coming out. They've rerouted. That's the people that you've seen on the corner if you're driving by. And we are moving forward with our agreement. I put signatory in here on red on both of those because one of the things we're doing tonight is allowing Ms. Smith-Faulkner to have authorization for signatory on these items because they're going to fall during the middle of the months. Right now, this should be the only two we have, and they're unique because we're working with another government agency. So this is not something that normally falls into most bond programs. It's not something we've dealt with BTC, but we need that from you guys so that we can move forward as soon as those are completed. It's basically a checkbox for the city of Fort Worth, and they've probably been burned in the past is why they require this. But IPRC plan review is complete. We've put it out for bid. We've got numbers back, so everything is moving forward. It is within budget, so we're looking good there. And we do have some opportunities to meet some more savings, and we've met on that a couple of times already. The reimbursement plan has been approved, so as we pay BTC for the work, we will apply for reimbursement from the city, and roughly within 30 to 60 days, we will be reimbursed. And I will keep you updated on how that budget looks holistically for the project. But all good news on the front here on the 2nd of June, and hopefully we will continue that. And just a brief overview of what the site is looking like. And this is changing fast, but we only get these once a month, and this is kind of a PDF of what we're using for our updates on our project meetings. But the big thing is in green, all that has changed up in the top right-hand corner. So that is going to be the parking spaces, which will lead to the security gate coming in off Melbourne. So we're about 90% complete with that grading. We'll have some of the underground, a little bit of electrical, some plumbing, water line going in over there. The red is Area A, so that's where we will be pouring our next slab on grade this Friday, hopefully. If the rain stays away, actually, we're going to cover that up this week. So when we do that, we'll be 66% complete with our slab on grade. And foundation is huge because even rain, I guess lightning could, but rain doesn't stop the steel from going up. So you get above ground and you get slab on grade, and we should be well over halfway at the end of the week. And then the aqua down there in the A, which is our connector. We've got a few areas we have to complete as far as the pier and beam just to catch up. But we do have the retaining wall down there at the very bottom right-hand corner to allow or to prevent erosion moving forward. So everything's good. We've got the elevator shafts dug out. So it really is looking great. And I know it seems odd just to have a bunch of good news for you, but because we have had a lot of rain. But I will say, I just want to take 10 seconds to say, we've got a young, if you guys haven't met him at the gala, Israel Hernandez. He's 29, 30 years old, and of all the jobs I've done, he is top notch. And we are very thankful to have him. He pushes me hard to try to get things done. But that's his job, is to get answers. But our job as a district is to protect the money and to make sure we're getting what we asked for from the beginning of the time. And Ms. Smith-Faulkner keeps me in line on that. So I'm just kind of the ping pong ball in the middle. But thank you for that. And if you guys have any questions for me, I'd be happy to answer them if I can. All right. Well, thank you very much.
Move on to item 8A, Finance Monthly Update.
Yes, at this time, William Wooten, our Chief Financial Officer, will provide a snapshot of the 24-25 revenue collections, our expenditures by fund and function as of the month ending May of 2025.
Well, thank you. Good evening again, Mr. President, Board of Education, and Superintendent. Today's a fairly standard report. Our discussion points, we're going to talk about budget snapshot, budget financial performance, and next steps continuing to monitor the 24-25 year. Next slide, please. So you've seen this slide before. Basically, I want to just highlight, if you didn't see it, that we're going to end a net positive fund balance. And just wanted to show it. It's duplication for us to smile. As Cameron said, I don't get a chance to say very many nice things up here. Next slide. So this slide is very important because what I did was, with anticipation that this was going to be my last financial report, because typically school districts don't report June. The audit is that replacement, but I'm going to have to do it in July. I get to do it in July, I'm sorry. So what I want to show you that last year, this is audited numbers, that we spent $49.4 million. This year, our projection, based on everything we did, we slowed down discretionary spending, it's going to land about $43.2, $43.3 million. And so that's the big swing, and that's because we've been really under good leadership. So next slide. So this is the tough part I want to talk about, right? So you haven't heard this yet, but the auditor is going to tell you we received credit rating downgrade. And there's really three major credit rating agencies. It's Standard & Poor, Fitch, and Moody's. Moody's is our credit rating agency. So what happened? Moody's downgraded our general obligation bond rating from A2 to A3. What that really means is that we're one notch below in the A category. Why the rating dropped? Speaking facts, right? So Moody's called me maybe a month ago and asked me a question. He says, why did you guys tell us that you projected a $1 million deficit and you landed in a $4.7 million deficit? So I had to answer that question, and that sparked them to go back to their committee to figure out what they wanted to do. And so needless to say is that based on the auditor's report of a $4.7 million deficit, and also that means that our fund balance fell below 19.8%, which will impact the district's first rating. This year, the first rating may be okay because the data hasn't caught up yet. Why it matters? Deficits raise red flags for investors. A weak fund balance equals a higher borrowing cost, just like our regular credit rating at home. What we're doing about it, we're controlling spending. Right now, we've turned off the encumbrance. We pretty much stopped spending. Slowed down spending. If you're using a credit card, we're going to ensure that you don't spend on a 199 budget because we want to protect our fund balance. We want that fund balance to be above 20% of our total income. And we're rebuilding. Obviously, we're rebuilding fund balance to 20% plus. And then, as we said earlier, we're going to target a balanced budget for the 25-26 year. Anybody any questions about that before we move forward? Comments? Okay. All right, next slide.
I have a quick question.
Yes,
What is our fund balance right now? What percentage are we at right now?
We're about 19% right now.
Okay, so we're close.
We're close.
Okay.
We're really close. Good question. Next slide. So I wanted to show this slide because this is what the auditor looks at, and this is what you guys adopt the budget by function. I wanted to show you that we are monitoring the budget. The blue really means that's what we actually spent. This is based on a $45.9 million budget, and we know that budget is $2.6 million over budget. And so this is just an example of what sometimes the data I look at. Salaries, we spent 37.4. Our budget is set at 38. And so we are within that budget. The orange means that we are within the budget. Contracted services, the same thing, 2.3. Our budget is 2.7. General supplies, and so forth. But I just kind of want to give you an idea, a quick visual when we talk about, or when the auditor talks about budget to actuals, and this is what they're really talking about. So, next slide. Mr. President, pending any questions from the board, that's all I have, sir.
Just coming. Now you're up next, 8B, Budget Amendment number 2.
Okay. Thank you. So it's kind of a segue in, when you talked about the budget to actuals, this is what we do to ensure we don't bust a budget function, right? So we stay within our allocation. If we don't, then we have to come to the board for approval. So these are two decision points today. We're going to approve a budget amendment to reallocate funds across functions within the general fund. These are legal reasons. This action is required by TEA and board policy when changing the original intended use of funds. And then next, we're going to approve the transfer of funds from operational functions to instructional support to directly support student learning and access. Next slide, please. So when we talk about budgetary control, there's two types of budgetary controls. One control the superintendent is in charge of, and the other one's a legal requirement for the board to change. So as long as we are, budget transfers requires prior approval from the superintendent or designee to move between same function and same fund. And I'll show you that in a minute. Budget amendment requires prior approval from Board of Education. It's a legal requirement to move between same fund different functions, because at that point, we're asking for the purpose to change from what was intended at the June adopted budget session. Next slide, please. So when we talk about the budget transfers, this type of transfer is within the same fund, which is 199, that's the pot of money, and function. And that function could be 11, which is instruction, 23, or 31. This does not require approval from the Board of Education. Some examples of allowable budget transfers are, I'm just go to the bottom. When you look at 199, that's the maintenance and operation pot of money, and the purpose is 31, which is counseling. So that really, as long as you move from a 199.31 to a 199.31, the superintendent has preview over that one. Next slide. Budget amendment is what we attempted to accomplish today. That's this transfer, this type of transfer, same fund, different function, legally requires prior approval by the Board of Education before money is moved between the same fund and different functions. Some examples of budget amendments are when you look at 199.31, which is counseling, and you want to move it to 199.13, which is curriculum. So it was intended for the guided career counselors, but now we're asking to take that pot of money and use it for curriculum. That requires the board approval, because when you approved the budget last June, you approved it with the intended purpose. So the board adopts the budget with a specific purpose assigned to each function. Any changes to a function alter its purpose, shifting the resources and necessitating approval from the Board of Education. Next slide. So this is what we're going to do today. So I'm going to ask you to approve. So we're asking to shift resources from district operations to instructional support. So that's really what we're doing. The top part, we're taking money out of those accounts and we're moving it to the bottom to make sure that at the end of the year that we don't bust a function and that we have the required resources to meet the actual obligations for that particular program.
Just to clarify, Mr. Wooten, because this is to prevent what happened last year, nothing is coming, I just want everyone to understand, nothing is coming out of fund balance. It's within the existing budget that we're moving the functions, and I think that's last year what it was not clear and spelled out this way, and the money was moved from fund balance into the general funds. And so I asked Mr. Wooten to be sure and explain and show what exactly functions is it coming from and where is it going, so that everyone is transparent and we all know where the money is moving and that it is not coming out of fund balance.
That's a good point. Ms. Branch, would you show the actual amendment? This is really what the auditor is going to be looking at when we show him our fund balance. And so we're looking at this. So scroll up a little bit. The last budget amendment we had was as of 12/16, and that changed the revised budget. The new one is going to be as of today, proposed amendment, if the board say the same. So the top half of that's the local funds, state funds, federal funds. Nothing's changing there. The middle column is what I'm asking to transfer between functions. So that's instruction on down to pupil projections. Scroll a little bit. I want them to see that the net is zero. So total expenditures is 45.9. The net change in between the expenditure is zero, and proposed amendment is 45.9. So as the superintendent said, it didn't change. Now, if that number changes, that means that it's coming from the fund balance. We're hitting, but it's a net zero at this point. We're just moving money between functions, which we're just changing the purpose of what it was adopted for. And you go to the next page. The next page is really the once it's approved, these are the accounts that I'm going to go and move money around. So it's kind of outlined there. So that's kind of how it's going to happen. So that's the sausage behind the scene. That's it, Mr. President. Any questions from the board? That's all I have.
And you're much smarter at this than I am.
Oh,
I mean, I'm not at all, so bear with me with my question. What effect will changing the purpose of the dollars have on some of the operations that we're taking money from?
So, absolutely none. The reason why I'm moving money from district operations, they, based on projections, they have more than enough to move to instruction. So then the second part of that is that we slowed down spending, so the district operations were able to have a little more cushion in their accounts. And so, based on projections and talking to the other budget managers, what all they had encumbered this year is what they were going to spend. And so we have a little more cushion in those accounts, and so that's why we're moving money around.
And to clarify and add to that, Ms. Gallman, because what I'm thinking is, you heard William speak earlier in the meeting that we're putting $200,000 back next year to pick up on HVAC and roofing. And so we know that that area has been neglected during this time, and so we have earmarked the money back into the budget. And we actually have a plan with roofing, and we have inventoried our HVAC, and Mr. Lasher will be bringing that plan to you on how the $200,000 will be spent, because that was my concern too. Just because we were not replacing that, we don't want to get behind on our facilities. And so that was the additional money for next year that we're working on.
Because I know later in the strategic plan, we talked about some of those capital improvement plans that we have to do this summer, so.
That's right. No, I think that's a good point. I mean, yeah, like Superintendent stated, is that like some districts they allocate the money for that year and they spend it. Well, maybe they don't need to spend it, but just because they say, well, we're going to buy maybe football helmets, you got to do it every year. We're going to buy brand new football uniforms. Well, the ones you got are really good. So we're not doing that. We're looking at assessing the actual requirement. If we need to move forward with it, like HVAC, if the HVAC don't break, then we can use that money for something else, right?
And so we'll have a plan. In addition to that, we have the $800,000 that's in the replacement plan. Mr. Lasher, myself, Mr. Bowser, and William had the department heads come and present their replacement plan to us for a 10-year plan. And then we are prioritizing what will be replaced next year. And so it's basically like a 10-year plan. What have we spent money on the last 5 years? Because we need to pick back up after COVID, some of that changed. And so now we also have $800,000 set aside for such things as uniforms. That's in the regular replacement plan. And it will be, Mr. Lasher will show you that perhaps maybe in July.
So this reallocation is for this year?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And it's to make sure that we're budgetarily in compliance. Instead of waiting to the end of the year and we bust a function, that looks
Right.
like to the world that you
Didn't plan ahead.
overspent in instruction and you didn't do any projections based on what you needed for that requirement. So each program has to be adequately funded.
And how much of that is salaries? Like,
It's this right here, none of this is salaries.
none of it is salaries?
No, none of salaries, no ma'am, no ma'am. This is, none of this is salaries right here.
And
So this is resources?
Yes, this is my non-payroll
maintenance and
budget.
operations, yeah.
Yeah.
So the other thing that I'm thinking, Mr. Wooten, is because June is very hard to predict and salaries were encumbering, because teachers get paid July and August, but our fiscal year actually ends in June. And so I think one thing that got us in a little trouble previously is there wasn't a good plan on how to encumber the money in June for July and August because of our when teachers are paid, yeah. So is it possible that we're gonna be watching the salaries, and as we encumber for the teachers, we still have time because 97,000 is a little close for comfort for
Absolutely.
me, and it's, to me, it's very hard to be that close. So there is a possibility we're gonna watch that, and if we think that we're gonna go over the budget, the June 16th is when you would let us know.
Absolutely.
If we need to
Yes,
pull
ma'am.
money out of fund balance, there could be a little bit for cushion so that we
Absolutely.
don't go into deficit without the board approving that.
That's correct. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Because for all transparency, we want to be sure that the board is aware of that, because that's really close to me. And
Gotcha.
I feel like I've learned a lot, but that is still very close, and predicting that, and especially that June paycheck for our teachers is still a little difficult to predict because it's 3 months' worth of pay at once. Okay.
And sure, absolutely, absolutely. Yeah.
And that's why I wanted everything to be very transparent, because I feel like previously, perhaps you knew that you were doing a budget amendment, but we did not understand that the money was coming out of our savings and fund balance. And I think that we didn't have a good idea of how much they had planned to come out of fund balance, because the number that I was given was $1 million. And then when Mr. Wooten got the phone call, that's exactly what Moody was told. And so I think it was a surprise that that much money was actually pulled out of fund balance.
4.7 million.
Right, and I think I appreciate the transparency and the visuals, because I think, yeah, it's never been explained to this degree, so thank you for that, Mr.
Oh, you're
Wooten,
welcome.
for sure. And, yeah, that's all for you.
And and I think we all can appreciate the responsibility that we're seeing in getting us to where we are, to where we can be healthy again. Not that we're unhealthy, but that we can be healthier, that our doctors will be happy. So I think
We're
that's
good as a team.
I feel good about all the decisions of the team and how hard they've worked. And again, I just want to continue to bring up the only kink that could impact us is if we fail the property value study. And we're very close on the edge, and we will not know to December, but that would actually impact our budget in January, in the middle of our fiscal year. So that's why we cannot go into fund balance in case we appeal and we lose the appeal, but we have the chief appraiser from Tarrant County who is actually helping us with if there isn't a need for an appeal.
I think one question that I've had since all this happened is, we have some auditors, right, who clearly were supposed to be finding or alerting to these things. I don't know, is that something that they should have done?
That's a good question. Most auditors would say that they don't do a detailed review. It is a more or less a spot audit. They sample different parts of the organization, and they do run analysis in the background. If they see red flags, maybe a large deficit in an account, they will look at it. But if you want a forensic audit, those things right there go in detail. And then even then, you have to tell them exactly what you're looking for. You know, they're not going to just say, let me look at from A to Z. If it's purchasing that you want to look at, then they're going to do a forensic on purchasing. If it's the general ledger, they're going to do that. And so.
And also, I asked that same question when I received the phone call in, I think it was that September day that I received. And I asked that question, should I have been notified of this? And what they're doing is auditing, was it done correctly? Well, yes, it was brought to the school board. The amendments were approved by the board. And so when you look at the legality of it, everything the auditor is looking for, was it legal? They're not really concerned about, did we mean to go into fund balance? It's more like, did you do it legally? And so that was what was explained to me, because that was one of my first questions. is, wait a minute, I thought the number was 1 million because I had, I told Dewey, that's pretty much what the understanding was, that we would be about $1 million. And again, when it was shared, I was like, I really think that's what was understood. And so I don't think there was a real intent to go into that much. It's just now we have a lot of controls, and my intent is to be sure that monthly we are presenting where we are the best we can. It's just that June is still, to me, I'm still concerned to be sure that I'm understanding how we're encumbering the money, and we're running reports from Skyward. And that is a very close budget for my first year of really understanding how to monitor this tightly.
Yeah. Can I say one thing? The superintendent, you're correct. I never underestimate the power of the board, right? So that approval you give, once the auditor knows that the board approved it, it's in writing, it's pretty much a powerful thing. You can spend down the whole fund balance, and it'll still be legal, right? There are some impacts, but it'll still be legal, so. Sure. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And I think when I was asking the auditor, what is the number to receive all 10 points on the first rating, that we want 3 months worth of our spending budget. And so we really need to get that up to about $9-10 million.
Thank you. Thank you.
Move on to item 9, the consent agenda. At this time, we will consider the consent agenda as presented. Is there a motion?
Mr. President, as for approval for the consent agenda as presented.
Is there a second?
I move to approve the superintendent's recommendation to renew professional contracts for principals, directors, and coordinators, subject to assignment.
Is there a second?
I had to turn this on. I second.
Is there any further discussion? Please indicate your vote. Motion carries 7-0. Item 10B, consider approval of professional contract non-renewals or terminations. Is there a motion? Oh, we don't have. Good. Good. Sorry. 10C then, consider approval of new hire contracts for the 2025-2026 school year. Is there a motion?
I move to approve the new hire contracts for the 2025-26 school year, subject to assignment.
Is there a second? Tracy with a second. Yeah. Is there any discussion?
Just real quickly. It's a first. And are these mostly certified teachers?
Yes, except I believe there is a district of DOI. Yes, I need to turn my mic on. Yeah, so they're, unless they're a CTE teacher, and I think it says industry-based certifications, and if, in that case, we can hire them as a CTE teacher and also under our DOI.
Any further discussion? Please indicate your vote. Motion carries 7-0. Item 10D, consider approval of proposed contract recommendations on the 2025-2026 organizational chart. Is there a motion?
I move to approve the contract recommendations on the 2025-2026 organizational chart, subject to assignment.
Is there a second?
I second.
Is there any discussion?
Yes, that will be our secondary RLA coordinator, and Jennifer currently works at Region 11, and so I talked to Dr. Brown, Pam Brown, and we were able to kind of take her from Region 11, and so she'll be fulfilling the role for Irma Marsh and the high school.
Is there any further discussion? Please indicate your vote. Motion carries 7-0. Item 10E, consider approval of low attendance days waiver. Is there a motion? Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? Please indicate your vote. Motion carries 7-0. 10F, consider approval of budget amendment number 2 on the month ending May 30th, 2025. Is there a motion? Is there a second?
I second.
Is there any discussion? Please indicate your vote. Motion carries 7-0. Item 10G, bond projects to be completed with funds set aside at the Castleberry High School soft cost budget. Is there a motion? Yes. It's in there. It's in green.
Under our soft cost, when, just want to be sure I understand, when Mr. Hallman was explaining the 3 budgets, so the soft cost is something that the district will be actually overseeing, and we've done this before, especially with technology. So when you look at this, there are actually several items on the list. So you have 10G1, which is some asbestos abatement, and then you have 10G2. So the category that we, when we created the agenda, we wanted to put all of the construction items for you, but you're going to need to take action on each item individually. So you'll want to state, like 10G1, consider approval of the purchase of asbestos abatement at Castleberry High School addition renovation project, because Mr. Lenny Lasher, Assistant Superintendent, has recommended considering approval of the coverall management and associates for asbestos abatement service at Castleberry High School not to exceed the amount of $49,920. And so you would want to do that and then have your motion.
Okay. So is there a motion for 10G1?
I move to approve the asbestos abatement at Castleberry High School by Coverall Management and Associates for an amount not to exceed $49,920 as presented.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion?
I just have a real quick question. This is under $50,000, so why are we being asked
Because,
to vote?
because it's so close,
Yeah.
and again, for all purposes of transparency, I didn't want you to think that we were manipulating the numbers so that we would not have to come to the board. And so that's the reason that we wanted to come to the board with that number, because it was so close to 50,000.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Any further discussion? Please indicate your vote. Motion carries 7-0. Item 10G2, consider approval of the purchase of BenQ interactive flat panels for CHS addition renovation project. Is there a motion?
I move to approve the BenQ interactive flat panels for CHS addition renovation project as presented.
Is there a second?
I second. Give it to Janice. Janice is good.
Is there any discussion?
So these are, for some reason, I thought these were like sound panels. I went through the interior decorating, but this is an interactive digital panel, like these?
Yeah.
Okay, okay. Because I thought, oh, I want to see what those look like.
Is there any
But
further?
they're not fabric. Sorry, dude.
Sorry, no, you're fine. Is there any further discussion? They're not fabric. Please indicate your vote. Motion carries 7-0. Item 10G, consider approval of the CHS Addition Renovation Division 27 Data Cabling Project. Is there a motion?
I move to approve the CHS Addition Renovation Division 27 Data Cabling Project as presented.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? Please indicate your vote. Motion carries 7-0. Item 10H, where are the Gs? Consider approval of Community Facilities Agreement application with the City of Fort Worth for the CISD High School Additions Project and delegation of signatory authority to the superintendent on related contracts. Is there a motion?
I move to approve the designation of signatory authority to the superintendent on related contracts as presented.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Please indicate your vote. Motion carries 7-0. Now on to item 11, information items. No questions? Okay. Expenditure. What was that?
Hang on one second.
Sure.
I think I had a question. I didn't call it in. It's a simple question, but you do not have to answer it. I think it's on here. No, I'm wrong. It's not on this. It's not here. It's under the strategic plan.
Jump to item 12A, discussion items, Board of Education, key dates. We have a meeting, hopefully a quick meeting, on the 16th of this month. Yeah, 2 weeks, 6 o'clock. And that's for budget. It's a budget meeting, yeah. Oh,
Budget and our hearing to adopt the budget. There will probably be some loose ends on
One
there.
quick meeting.
Yeah, that we'll need to circle back around on, in, if we need to do any more budget amendments and on hiring. Could be, and BTC.
Also that week, SLI in Fort Worth. Is anybody going besides me? Mary Lou? Okay.
Yes, that's, I am too. Just that morning for the legislative updates.
Sure.
That's all I could do. Yeah.
Yeah.
Summer. Are you going for the entire time?
Yeah. I'll try to get all my training right in there, all my hours.
Summer is, the training, I think, is preferable during the summer.
Yeah.
I do want to share for the June 16th meeting, I won't be here. I have a work event.
All right. Anything else on the key dates? Now on to item 12B, consider approval of the school board operating procedures. And I will preface this, why this is looking towards the future. This is not looking back. This is looking toward the future. Is there a motion?
I move to approve the school board operating procedures as presented.
Is there a second?
12B.
12B.
Second.
Is there any discussion?
I did have something that I wanted to look at on the school board operating procedures 4B.
4B.
Talking about agenda items being placed on the agenda. I'd like for us to have a discussion about when, let me read this real quick. What our practice is going to be moving forward, putting agenda items on to be voted for, that they have to be at least a discussion 1 month ahead of time. Let me back up with my words here. Normally, we have always been presented something to discussion item before we voted on something. So I would like to hear some recommendations from the superintendent on how we can get back to that practice so that the school board we only have 3 days to really study some things. And I think that that's best practice for us. So I just think that I would like to hear some recommendations. Because like, for instance, tonight, we had to vote on some things. We had to take action right then. But most of the time, we don't have to rush things. And so if we could get back to the practice of that, I think that that's best governance practice for us.
I do agree. I think that when we had the 3 months, that was really unreasonable because there's a lot that happens within 3 months. And I think that's it.
Yeah. So if you could, because I think you're the best to decipher what those items should be and how to word that.
And if we do need to make a quick item, I think I can do it, try to prepare you in a board update.
Yeah.
And let you know that it's coming. I try to do that, but there's a lot that's also in the board updates. So I think that I can work on trying to at least give you that information so that you're not hit 2 or 3 days before.
Okay.
I do know that as far as our bond, this one came up very quickly so that it would, would cost us money if we were not able to get that approval,
Right.
so.
So that we will see this item again for another approval then for this operating procedure, so that we can have that in writing.
Okay.
And I don't know that it needs to be a policy, or if it just needs to be an operating procedure. Okay, all right, thank you, that's all I had.
Is there any other further discussion?
Wait, we're gonna see again specifically your comments or what was added to the operating procedures for today?
Our discussion is about, have we seconded the motion?
Yes, we did.
Yes.
We're in
Okay.
discussion.
So discussion is about the procedure that was recommended. And so we had a discussion about a different procedure, which we can't vote on right now. Yeah,
So we'll see it next time.
we can,
Right, right.
Yeah.
Well, maybe not June 16th, but July,
maybe, yeah.
July, August. But tonight, yes, it's on the items in red.
I stated last time that it would be great to link, there's reference of where things were pulled, but given that this could live online, obviously if you print it, you're not gonna click a link if it's printed, but because it's online and we can access it, us having links direct to where everything's getting pulled from, and I don't see that added.
Links on the operating procedures?
Yeah, like if we were to bring it up, it's page 15. So according to section 255.003A of Texas Election Code, we could link that. Link again, it mentions another election code. And I think it's just helpful if we were to put a statement of, who knows if at any point in time something were to change and we don't have reference there, so what are we following? The code, or are we following what we wrote here, and who is keeping an eye on that? Who's updating that? There's a lot that needs to be done in that sense too.
So then if we do that, then we're gonna have to do that to the entire standard operating procedures, because there's probably stuff in there that's not linked.
Yeah.
So it just won't be on that, probably that section.
Yeah. And I mean, it's summer, so maybe it's the perfect time to do it, but yes, we need to do it through the whole document. And I personally wouldn't think that I will vote on speak on my vote, I can't approve this without it having that change already. And then, yes, we do need to do it through
Just
the
so
whole
we can be
document.
consistent on
Mhm.
all of it, not just certain sections of it,
Yes.
so.
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to understand what you're proposing then. So you want a link to every policy that's in the operating procedure?
Anything specifically where, like, especially if it goes to the Texas Election Code, let's see, you've got district policy, BDAA, BDAE, everything that's got a link, because let's say that policy or election code or something changes where we're linked, where we are referencing, but we didn't update what we said. So then who's deciding what we're following? Who's keeping that current? Mm-hmm. And we can put a statement that says, you know, should there be discrepancy, we follow the code, or we follow the policy rather than procedure. But that needs to be added along with the discussion of like who is keeping an eye on whether changes are happening.
And I would propose that this is our document, so it is up to us to keep it accurate and updated and current, yes. So that does fall on our shoulders of responsibility. So I don't know, we need to have now that discussion, how will we do that?
Yeah.
And normally, and I know our practice has been that we go over the operating procedures at least once a year. But I
So-
don't know, but that could have been because we were fixing things. Sorry.
And I mean, to that point, we haven't gone over it in a while, so maybe we say instead of, or we vote on this now, but then we do need to review this document in its entirety and add these references and links and statement of when there's discrepancy, what are we doing?
Did I make the motion to approve this? I would be willing to amend my motion to say that.
Include the link, yeah. There's links through policy all through here.
Tracy, I
Laws,
think you can
policy,
also add
education
a
code.
follow-up.
And if it's gonna exist online, I agree. I'm for that, so.
Couldn't we add sources? I think there's a page on here that has sources, and then it has like the links instead of going and, because then I think it would be messy, just putting the links in all of.
Like more of a footnote or
Yeah.
concordance or whatever they're called.
Wait, what do you mean, Kevin?
Like putting a source and then having that, I don't know, whatever. What, link? Yeah, like a link, and having them on that one page. So it's just not everywhere in the document, and then it makes it look messy. 'Cause
Well,
when
a
you
link,
start-
it's gonna hyperlink to the existing text. So we're not even adding text, other than the clause that I'm saying, if things change, if there's discrepancy, what would we do? The link is gonna hyperlink to existing text that's already there. If we were to do sourcing, it's gonna have the same issue, to where the sources are there. We could do a footnote, but it's the same issue to where like there could still be discrepancy, and then at that point, what are we following? Where we want to, like now I'm on the next page, page 19, we've got penal code, we've got different things just in here that I think we should be linking.
Yeah, if we hyperlink it, then
Mm-hmm.
it just changes the
Yeah,
color.
it makes it clickable, it's hyperlinked, we're not adding any text.
I kind of think that's a good idea to link it, because when I first came in, I started looking up all the policies and they had changed. And so what I had to do was go into those and actually change when we were going through the board policy, because some things that were online had changed. But I think that might be a good idea if you take existing language and you, when it says one of the policies, or it refers to, I don't know, law or whatever, that it links it, because every once in a while, we probably need to go and look and see if the language has changed, because so many times I go back and I'm like, oh, that's not what I read a year ago, but there's no way to tell us that it updated, and that might be part of the procedures when you review it, to just be sure that our operating procedures match what the new guidelines are.
Well, and think about how many updates Mirna's given us just this year, right? Everything, they're coming fast and furious. And so that would be a great way for us to like stay on top of that as opposed to, you know, hope
Because
that
the
it
link
works.
would change, right? The link would keep.
Yes.
stay
Keep current,
updated.
right.
Yeah.
You got this dynamic changes happening with the link. So as that changes and our clause says if there's discrepancy, we follow policy. We
Because I was having to
follow
look
link.
it all up,
Yeah, we have
Ariel. I would have to go find
Right.
where this was, because I wasn't sure. And I think that if you could click it, then we could check it to be sure there weren't changes that we weren't
Right.
aware of.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just, yeah, effective.
And it could even, I don't know that it affects what we have now since this is so new, but it could even be a place where we say like, in general, some statement about whatever subtopic that is, but we're following XYZ, so Texas election code or whatever, and then it's already linked. So we can see there rather than writing our own language, or if we're
Yep.
copying it, why even link it? Just say like, here's what we follow.
Less redundancy.
Yeah.
I think the only positive is sometimes I read this and it's hard to understand. And so I think that sometimes you might want to summarize the main idea and then link to the language that I find. I have to go find some Cliff Notes version to explain what I'm reading. So sometimes it might be that having that summary, general summary, helps you understand. Because when you go to that document, some of them can be difficult to understand, and maybe there's just a piece of it that we want to highlight. But if someone wanted to read the whole thing, then they could go and read more.
It's good to have it at our fingertips in a meeting. Yeah.
So an amended motion, was there a second?
I guess I need to say the amended motion.
Please.
What are we doing? Approving the school board operating procedures, subject to
Linking, hyperlink?
subject to the board's discussion of adding 4B and hyperlinks,
Is there a second?
Second,
to be approved at a future date.
second.
Any
Is that-
further discussion?
Is that adequate for you, Ariella?
That's adequate, but it brings a question of when or who is at, like, yes, board, it's our responsibility. But, so let's say we walk away from this and come back next meeting like, oh, who did it? Nobody's done it. Who's doing this? Yeah.
I do
All
love
reality,
policy.
it's whoever links it, it's a school, the district, who keeps that as a piece of document online. Living document, yeah.
No, but like, who's doing the work, like, who's gonna come in and link this, everything? Or are we doing a workshop? I don't mind a workshop, but I'm saying I don't wanna come another meeting and it's still not done. We're like, oh, I thought you were doing it, or we didn't decide, or. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, however, I don't know that a workshop needs to be had just to
Yeah.
do hyperlinks.
Yeah,
It's
it
just
doesn't
who's
have
going
to
to
be a
prepare
workshop.
this document.
And maybe it's
It
like
could
we
be
break
the
up
board
pages.
secretary, or, no, I'm sorry. No, no, no. You go first.
Well, I was like, maybe we just break up pages right now. It's 21 pages. You take the first 5, y'all 2 take the first 5, y'all 2 take the next 5. Like, we need some attack, some action.
Okay, well,
I'm not understanding why we would need to.
that
break it
document
out.
lives online on a school-based website, which really kind of throws it on the school, on the district.
And we would need editable access as well.
So you can pull this PDF and edit PDF and put it on, like, just like David did to throw this in as suggestions. Like, there's no reason we can't add everything we're trying to add. Sure, it lives there.
Angela, can we ask you to do this, and then we all have to bring you something nice?
She said sure. So do we. Yeah, what's a realistic
That's fair.
timeline.
Okay. That's
Yeah.
fair.
This is,
That's fair.
This is a-
That sounds fair.
21, 22 pages worth of,
Sounds fair. She said August.
yeah. That's, bless her heart.
I should have said August.
Is there any further discussion?
Thank you, Angela.
Thank you, to Ariella.
And summer vacations.
Please indicate your vote. Motion carries 7-0. We talked about SLI. Let's skip over- Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Was it Senate Bill 569, Tracy?
Yes. I had I had
What-
just put 56. I had gotten it wrong, but I did correct it.
Yeah.
I think with Angela.
And this is more of a legislative update.
Yes, this, I didn't necessarily want this to be on the agenda.
Okay.
Because I was watching every Senate and House hearing, because that's, fun for me. But it is a bill, let me put it this way, it's something that I think that we need to just look at and see how education is changing and how we have to change with it. And this is about virtual learning. So it's not necessarily something I think we need to worry about tonight. But thank you for putting it on there.
I have a question. Going back to our board operation, is there any way that, this is just a thought, the board members' code of ethics? I mean, I was reading this the other day, and I thought it was pretty, I think we should all sign it, like when we start after an election, that we sign this and date it, just to remind us, because I don't know about y'all, but I don't read this all the time, the board ethics, the code. And just for us, just to sign it, just to say, hey, we read this, or read it together, just like as a reminder.
I think we had that discussion, that we did think that we need to read this at least yearly. I'm not sure that we need to necessarily sign it, but we do have to adopt it.
I think the other thing that I've talked to other school boards that they do as practice is that they basically train new school board members. We don't do that. I mean, I think that's something that we need to think about, as far as training new board members to really teach.
And I think that's like a good place to start.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So
Well,
there's
that is a good,
a whole onboarding piece, right? It's
Yeah.
not just show up and figure it out, but let me show you.
And those are law
Yeah,
requirements.
so, because I will be meeting with Janice on, as a superintendent part, similar to when I met with you and Ariella. There's certain items that I need to cover, so I will be covering those same items. I think we have 60 days in order to cover those, but that's not like everything. That's just kind of what my job is, in order to be sure that Janice has the basic information on kind of the things that my responsibilities are. And so I do think that TASB has an agenda that lists all of the items that are good, like your first year, your second year. And the other thing is a mentor. I think that something that I think I find helpful, just like I have a coach, but a mentor that you pair a new board member with, so that when they do have questions and maybe they're uncomfortable with asking those questions, they can jot them down and then get with their mentor, and they can walk them through maybe why, there's certain procedures that we have. I think that that's always great. to have somebody that's coaching or mentoring you.
And I've talked to, like I said, other board members that have like a whole procedure, right? Like a 101 course. And I can remember Ariela and I going for the first time as delegates. It's like, yes, we'll go. We had no clue what we were doing. Like, again, no apprenticing, no onboarding, no like guidance. So that's a blind side for this board that we really need to think about. So again, we do better when we know better, right? So.
And I think that we could, on TASB's website, they have the online classes and a lot of the explanations. So we could say the first year, here are some online classes that we would think that a brand-new board member could go at their own pace and pick some of those out. Yeah. Mhm.
And there are 5 hours worth of legal requirements, so that you have to take, and that is very beneficial. And even Region 11, you know, it doesn't even have to be TASB, so we want to make sure we're putting, as a discussion item for future operating procedures, a mentor piece. So is that something that Angela can take note of and put it in the appropriate place? I think it would be under board relations, probably.
I will go as far as say that we need another item existing regularly on our meetings that talk about what we want on future meetings.
Other than when it talks about the agenda, how to put something
Yeah.
on the agenda.
Yeah, other than, I mean, make the item, 11P, school board agenda request, more of a discussion item.
So that if I wanted something on an agenda, I could do it at a meeting, not necessarily between meetings.
Yeah, I mean,
Is that what? I mean,
let
that's
me research that.
Yeah, research that.
Let me
That's
research that.
opening up to a lot of things.
Let me research that.
Yeah. We have done that, did that short,
Well,
briefly.
a discussion, I don't know that it's dangerous. An action is what I gotta figure out if it's dangerous.
Like if you do that by hand, not like.
Yeah, oh, that's, well, that's, maybe,
Not like hazardous.
yeah.
Yeah, and I think it's a great idea, but we have to look at what is the process of putting things on the agenda. And it's the president and the superintendent. And you can deny something to be put on the agenda. Of course, then there's other processes that follow that, so
Yeah.
research is a good word.
Research.
But I appreciate
Yeah.
the sentiment.
Maybe, what else? Anything else we missed?
12D,
For B,
D, as in,
Oh, professional learning,
the link was about a Houston conference
That's a TASB.
coming up.
coming up, so I don't know if is it too early to, at least it needs to be on our mind.
Just a reminder, yeah. I gotta check my calendar.
Angela, do you know, I think we had it in the board update, the registration begins, when the registration begins for the TASB convention?
And again, is that something that we want to do as a team? Or is there something else that we want?
Yeah, me too. I won't be able to.
That's right.
Yeah, it's usually always at homecoming.
It has been.
Yeah.
The last few years, yeah.
So I would recommend that we become prepared to talk about that in July. Is that
What's
something
on
we want to
Thursday?
do?
Oh, the start? Yeah.
Yeah, so let's find out about July. The July meeting is, okay, that's good. Yeah. Try to,
With that, can we get an update, just budget-wise? Is there still enough funding for each one of us to go to state and national at minimum? I mean, we got to consider the financial constraint.
For next budget cycle, for
Um,
July.
Well, even this budget cycle, and I'm sure it's there, but you know how like you provided a breakdown before of like about this much for travel and conferences and the Christmas dinner?
So
that
on,
updated.
on the school board budget dashboard, it does have how much money is left, but we have frozen everything through June. And so in July, we'll get the new budget.
Okay.
And I think that you could take the budget and look at it at that point. And so the dashboard will roll over
Yeah.
again, so you'll get to see the new budget.
Okay. Like this coming academic year? Okay, cool.
Mr. President, if we could look at 12F as well, strategic plan progress monitoring,
sure.
just real quickly. And I did not put to memorization where it's at, but it was talking about the in-depth cleaning of our schools during the summer.
In goal 3?
Goal 3. Basically, I was just kind of wondering, what does that entail? I know, and the reason I'm asking is I know that at the banquet, in the cafeteria, I saw some seats that were ripped. And, you know, we were scrubbing floors because we wanted it to smell good and look good. So just, is it that type of in-depth cleaning where we're replacing?
No, it's usually stripping the floors, and so Lenny can talk to that.
Yeah, so what we do is, with this year of having Joy James and Castleberry campuses open, are actually closed with summer school, we're taking our teams and going through those. So basically, every summer, what we do is pull everything out of the classrooms. If it's carpet, we clean and disinfect the carpets. We also do that at Christmas time too, so it's more than just once a month. We do a deep clean on those as well. We also do things of touch-up painting in the front areas, the halls, things of that nature. But then also, depending on what campus, if it does have the LVT or the flooring with that, it's a little bit less maintenance on that than it is like your carpet and things of that nature. But also, in the same time with those campuses that do have summer school going on, we're doing some deep clean in those areas that when we come back in July, we really only have 3 weeks for those campuses. So what we do is we move crews from campus to campus, and then we've got those on a schedule as well, both from a custodial standpoint and from a maintenance standpoint in terms of striping, touching up exterior windows and things of that nature.
And just real quickly, what is the dust like in the high school right now? Are we
It's
able to manage that?
Yeah, it's not that bad. Obviously, with the ventilation and things of that nature, it is. We do have a lot of traffic with construction coming in and out. Sound was more of an issue in that basement area when they were doing renovations in the for the band hall. But for the most part, it's a lot better. We did fight some water drainage when we had those high days of rain and things of that nature, but that has tempered down quite a bit with that as well, and it's a lot more manageable. But for a construction site and with schools going on, it's really no different than what we saw at Irma March with those renovations as well.
Thank you.
Before we adjourn, can we go back to board operating procedures again? And so I know that Abby, I wanted to be sure, Abby, can you hear me? Are we streaming our meeting? Is it working? Okay, so it's, okay. I was just wondering for board operating procedures, you know, if we're streaming our meeting, you know, do we need to put procedures in place on recording the meeting?
And just so we know, is it edited? Is it ever edited, or is it just raw data, raw meetings?
Yeah, well, it's live. Yeah, it's 4 hours, it's live.
I had the same question, that for liabilities and protections and that type of thing. I don't know enough to what questions to ask, but I agree.
Mhm. Well, and also, I do find it a little harassing to have a board member's husband recording when we're recording live. And so, you know, what is the purpose? I thought that if we began to record so we could hear it, but I'm just wondering, for operating procedures, is that appropriate? Is it something we might want to discuss? Just because I find it a little uncomfortable and harassing. And so I think that that is something that maybe we need to talk about in our board operating procedures, or I can get with Dennis.
Can I ask for, clarity? You're saying if we can add just specifics on whether we are doing this live or if it's recorded? Okay,
Yeah,
not
is
not
there-
trying to shut down opportunity for anyone to be able to see it in any other way. Okay. So yeah, I mean, I don't see why we wouldn't be adding that we now record as of said date. It was decided in whatever meeting, now we record. Here's where you find the recordings, whether it's raw, whether it's edited, all of the specifics that we could provide in procedures. And I great statement on this perhaps feeling harassing to you. It reminds me of Tracy's comment of last time saying, like, we're probably not going to be comfortable with this. Like, it is very vulnerable in a sense. Like, you're at this table, you have this seat, but again, like, we're here. This is 100% very real and raw, and so it might feel uncomfortable, it might feel harassing, it might feel anything. And it's good for even us to just really figure out, like, how do we want to better lead and just be a very collective board in what we're doing. And perhaps even in like a board workshop, work through that feeling of being uncomfortable or vulnerable or anything like that. But as public officials, I think it's great that we're now streaming. So again, last time I asked what led to that decision for us to now, there were changed minds on recording meeting. And you mentioned like it was some TLI or administrative. So I wanted to say thank you for anyone voicing their desire to have this recorded and available to the public, because we should have been doing this a long time ago.
I agree, but now that we're recording, my question is, why would a school board member be also recording? And that's the question that I have, because we have our mics and everything. I just think it's part of our procedures, is it something that, why would we need that?
I think the first question that we have to ask, is it lawful?
Yeah.
Is it against the law to publicly record something? And I don't think it is. And so we can't tie the hands of American citizens in
But I
any
think
kind of
it's
a
more
meeting.
about board ethics, or maybe our behavior.
Now, if board members were recording, I think we would have a different discussion. But I think that there's a constitutional right that we.
Well,
is
there
probably
are some
protected.
guidelines that I've read, that if we're going to record, that we set certain places where people stand and record, and that we create guidelines for it,
Okay, yeah,
so that it doesn't feel that way.
sure. I think that would be.
And so I think I'll
fair.
get with Dennis for that. and maybe they can give us some samples or some guidelines.
Yeah.
And I think back to what Ariela said about ground truthing, right? Like, we can ground truth in the unlawfulness or, what ethics violation, or if it's just making me feel a certain way, well, that's not, you know what I'm saying? So I think if we can ground truth the thought and what we want to put in place in some sort of law, ordinance, whatever we want to call it, I think it makes sense.
Okay, well, I will follow up with Dennis, because I've read several different, ideas or recommendations for recording, but honestly, I just find it a little uncomfortable or odd that a school board member has their husband here recording when we're already recording it, and what is the purpose? So I'll reach out to Dennis and just find out legally.
So is it live streamed and recorded?
Yes.
And I will speak for, like, a forum that was recorded and then lost. So I think that's the other parts of, like, controlled, it's like, it's like you can't pick and choose. Again, we have to make sure that we're being
Was the forum
consistent.
on Facebook? So Facebook really, to me, would not be appropriate. I think that what I see most school board have are their YouTube channel. So Jacob is our YouTube channel set up, our streaming, so that we can have an archive of it that has all mics and is,
Can you turn your mic on?
It's funny stuff. Yes, it's indefinitely backed up. If we wanted to make that the official record of the meeting, then not only would we back it up on YouTube, we would download it and we would keep it for retention purposes for X number of years, whatever is required.
so that might be good to do, to find out legally, if we start recording, what do we do? How long do we have retention guidelines? Because we have retention guidelines on our documents and even on electronic things. So I think it's just, would be good practice to include some of that in there.
I even agree. And thank you for bringing that up, because I will say too, I completely forgot, but when we look at goal 2 of the district improvement plan and increasing, improving trust and communication with stakeholders in the district, there's a lot of trust still broken and unsure in our community. And one example is when community members said, like, where's the forum video of the public forum that happened? I think it was like a year ago now. And we were like, oh, it's on the district page. Like, let's go find it. And come to find out it was deleted. And so when we look at like hoping to address and improve trust, like rather than fix the past, I mean, well, if we could, why not? Like, we can just make that live again, or anything that could have ever been deleted. But more so just ensuring that like we are doing the best that we can, and perhaps even just asking questions like, hey, what is it that could help improve this trust that's happening? But I will say I personally received comments from that about that issue.
About the Facebook?
About videos being deleted.
Okay. So were they deleted, or just Facebook doesn't retention?
So it has the window from 3 years prior to that. So like there's years prior to that that still exist.
Okay.
But somehow that one video was deleted.
Are we sure that it's deleted?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Abby, can you look to see? Okay. And it's
Yeah,
not
like
there.
we asked and it was deleted, it's gone.
When I've looked up the past forums, the ones on YouTube are there. But the one on Facebook from a year ago was not there.
Okay, that clarifies for me.
Mm-hmm. And like multiple years prior to that are there. So it's just like gaps, like to your point, like picking and choosing kind of, it seemed like to trust. And we look at optics, optics.
Right.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
what I think we need is, we have a retention policy for some of our digital documents, and so I think that we could add now a retention policy or guidelines for this, because I think that 5 years from now, 6 years from now, when someone's like, oh, I don't remember it that way, then, you know, it is out there for someone to go back and reference. Because, yeah, a lot happens after 5 years, so I agree. I understand now.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah, and all in all, I will say, it, again, even just this made us better. Just communicating, like in a time where there's disagreement, there's uncertainty, there's very vulnerable feelings, has already made us better. So, thank you.
I'd like to add just one thing that I was very uncomfortable with, you calling out a school board member, husband. I think that could have been handled a little bit differently. I think that made me very uncomfortable because I didn't know what to do with what you were saying.
Right. And it made me very uncomfortable at the same time.
Sure. So I think that we need to look at operating procedures and what is legal, because we have to be very careful when we start naming names or talking about board members. So.
And just identifiers.
So
like
thank you for responding anyway. Sorry.
Right. I keep trying
That's
not
okay,
to cut
because
any of that
because
out.
that's, I think we're such a board that we love discourse that way. We work well that way, so.
Well, it reminds me of just like, I think it was 2 meetings ago, maybe 3, same thing, like any identifier of who it is you're talking about probably shouldn't be happening. And we have that discussion within us, but if we want to, just like blatantly call out, sure, but what is that doing for us? What benefit is that coming from that?
But you know what? It's just not her feeling that way. It's also me.
Yeah.
Feeling that, okay, why are you recording?
Yeah.
You know.
That's fair.
But again, it goes both ways, and I think just talking it out has helped, so.
Absolutely. Thank you.
And I think it's feelings versus lawfulness, right? I think that's what we got to get at, right? Like, I can feel all kinds of way, but it's not breaking a law if it's not illegal. If it's not, then, you know, that's our constitutional right, potentially, right? So you've just got to, because it is an open meeting. So again, I don't know what the laws are. I don't know.
Yeah, and I did look it up, and we probably, what it states is we should have very specific guidelines about the people that are in the room that are going to record. But I think the deeper question is, would fall under board members' code of ethics, you know, about that. And so I just think that we can get some advice on what that is. It's worth yes.
Yeah. And even we wouldn't be having this live stream if I asked like last time, why are we now changing minds and all of a sudden recording? And it was one of the things that we kept hitting on that you shared, Renee, was, well, someone's recording it. So like, great, like now we've gotten progress and more of the public can see our meetings happening. So again, we're better for this.
And to be transparent, we recorded the students because we wanted to be sure the parents could see the celebrations, but we didn't pursue recording more because I know there was a board member that had a conversation with me that said, well, we're a smaller district, we really don't have to, and I could see their point, and I thought, okay, for that person, you know, to respect that person, then absolutely, that's fine, but I just think that if we're looking at why were things deleted and not archived, then I think that brings the time up, then we do need to begin to record and to archive it. But if it's on YouTube, and Jacob, you said that will be on YouTube, it's not going to be deleted because of retention guidelines with YouTube. Can you check that?
I will check that, but there are currently live stream videos on YouTube from 20-something years ago.
Okay.
So.
And so if the purpose is for retention, I think we can bring back to you that we can have guidelines so that we can have that retention.
And I think it's just simple things like if you are going to be recording, somebody might bring a tripod. Okay, well then you can't obstruct anybody's view, so let's have a designated area. Yeah. And again, I think it goes back to our, like we talked about last time, our local advocacy plan, that this is a way for us to advocate to our community instead of having them come to us. So, good progress.
great discussion again, once again.
Some what I'm hearing, based on Ariella's suggestion earlier, is we need to get back to updating our school board operating procedures.
Do I need another meeting?
No, we're fine. It'll hold for another meeting. I mean, we had some good discussion. So, I move we adjourn.
Can I just ask can we get context to this? Yes, that is the book that I selected for the ALT retreat, and it also is driving our theme. You know, we go for the gold. And so I think that Camp Courage has started this summer with our students. You've probably seen some of the things that we have posted. And so we are looking at courage, and courage starts with encouragement. And so our theme is leading with encouragement, with the courage in capital letters. And so that is our theme for next year. And so I really think that in the times of everything, that being vulnerable, I had to sit here and think, okay, this is how I'm feeling. I want people to know. And that's not always easy to be able to, speak out. And so I think that that's the step of the courage in being vulnerable with people. And then I think that the second part is the encouragement. We've been through a lot with STAR and just difficult coming out of COVID, and I feel like the kids are getting back on track. We're all getting on track. And I think we've lost the art of encouraging people versus finding fault. And so the whole idea with our ALT group is to look how we can, and when you read the book, you'll see your war room, and you're going to see your encouragement strategies with your staff. And so if we're always picking out what's not happening, that is, we're always finding fault or with things that our teachers are doing, our principals, if we change that thinking into a growth mindset and more positive, how can we start the year and really support that? Because I think it'll go a long way after what we've been through over the last, 5 years, 3 years, year for us. And I think it's time to put everything aside, be able to have conversations, and also have the courage to lead and also to encourage one another so that we're a better team, whether it's cabinet, ALT, principal group. And I really think that next year that this is going to be very important for us to move and continue to move in the right direction.
Anything else? No, you're fine. No. I move we adjourn. Hearing no objection, we stand adjourned at 10:19 PM.